Every soldier needs a cause.
You're not exactly built for speed, Arissa. How'd you catch
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the Overwatch High School Invitational. We are jumping right into the middle of a game of Booker T versus Sequoyah. Booker T took those first two. We had Booker T first win, Sequoyah, Booker T, and then now we are on map 4. This has been a absolutely insane couple of games that we've watched here. And while we're jumping in the middle of the stream, we have definitely want to watch out for this Sojourn. Sojourn immediately jumping in, getting that initial pick as they're pushing through. I mean, nobody's contesting. Soldier's trying, but unable to hit the shots. Yeah, Sequoyah's starting that initial push. We initially saw this Roadhog in the last game, getting some absolutely god-tier hooks, missing that one, and we've just got Ana sitting up at the top. Nobody wants to go and grab her. Sequoyah has switched up their tanks a little bit, switched over to Arissa in order, is definitely getting a lot more value against the Roadhog as they're pushing through. I mean, it seems like the Roadhog is just unable to get any of their hooks this game.
Let's move. You had it coming.
And once again, they switched off of Sojourn, but this DPS has some insane aim.
Enemy forward spawn room deactivated.
Pushing our barricade up.
Right there. Yeah, Booker T just slowly pushing back, trying to make everything count. They're coming into 3 different ults. The cast just holding, not even needing to move the mouse to get the kill.
They're moving their barricade. Stop them.
We're going to lose the lead soon.
And there we go, High Noon. Push everybody back, try to get some space. They're so close to getting the lead.
Forward spawn.
They do need to wait about 500 seconds for this robot to start moving again, though. They've got Juno ult. They can definitely use it here in order to push at least a little bit further to continue that lead. The Cassidy just walking up on people, destroying them. Yeah, there it is, the Juno ult. Reaper not getting any value. Getting punished for it. Oh, has the soldier finally turned his PC on? Cass against the world. A great push by Booker T.
Keep pushing for the lead.
Oh, holding that spear. We're seeing a lot of ults being used here. And a huge kill! And that is going to give Sequoyah the lead.
Your team has lost the lead.
Sequoyah has to be careful, because if they lose this, then they are going to lose the best of 5. They do have Reaper ult, but they're going up against the up against both Nano and Castle. Castle can be used a lot for some great space. Trying to get a kill out of it, is going to get one. Reaper ult gets one, but is just not getting enough value as this Cass is just consistently walking down.
Team kill.
Can Booker T hold for this last one? They've got to use Nano here. Or maybe not. Maybe they don't need it.
I am escorting the robot.
Being able to save it for the next fight, definitely going to help them. Probably want to Nano this Cass as they are consistently able to walk in and destroy all of the rest of the DPS. Booker team pushing forward. Are they going to use Nano in this fight? Cass getting low. They did get the pick on the Cass. We're going to see the Soldier ult coming out. And they're able to push. Once Booker T lost Cass, they just fell apart. Looks like this is going to be a long game, folks. Everybody wanting to avoid walking into the Cassidy ults. Isn't going to get anything out of it, and his butt is still going to get some kills. And a huge grab by Booker T. They've got the point. Now they just need to push forward. They don't have the lead, but there is plenty of time if they can start winning some fights as they're walking forward. They've been doing really well at keeping Sequoyah from pushing, but now they themselves need to do the push. Have we seen the Nano? They've been holding it for quite a while. Definitely could have at least used it and had a good percentage by now. Booker T needs to make sure that they're using that. Because we're up on Juno ult again. They're probably going to have... They're getting close to Cass ults. Yeah, classic Zarya gameplay. I'm gonna heal up this Cass. Are we gonna walk around the corner? But Soldier trying to push through and is gonna get punished for it.
I mean, Booker T is just struggling to get that momentum, but it looks like they're finally starting that push.
Yeah, they're able to get through. They've been having a lot of trouble. Sequoyah was able to push them all the way to the end, and Booker T was consistently good at holding them, but they weren't able to push forward themselves, and now they're finally doing it.
Look at what this Orisa has to play into. They have to play into double laser. It's really hard for Orisa to get that space, and this castle might get some damage on. It's not able to do anything. Spear is going to come out, but it's not going to kill the Cass.
Oh, another huge ult.
I mean,
waiting for the bubble.
Take a look at this this ult economy. Right now, this tank is not swapping because he doesn't care. He knows that they can play Orisa into this, and the Orisa is doing really well.
Yeah, absolutely. There was that one really good ult, but we haven't seen anything super flashy from Orisa. It's just consistency. Same thing with the Kiri. Like, the Kiri's not going off on and trying to 1v1 everybody in the game. Oh, we're going to see, instead of a Cass, we're switching over to a Genji.
And this
Very
is
interested to see that.
This is going to be the last fight. They're waiting for everyone to regroup. They know that if they lose someone here as Booker T, they will not win. They have to slow it down and get ready. Soldier is going to go for a flank visor, and he's going to kill the Juno. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. The Bob's going to be engaged. That's going to put a lot of pressure. Nano's going to go out here, but Booker T is all over the place. Genji's going to have to try to hold. And Booker T is still in the fight. Sequoyah trades the tank. And it just doesn't look like Booker T has the ability to keep this fight going. No ultimates.
Shooting between the legs of the robot.
And that is going to be the round. 2-2. Into our last map, Escort.
Play of the game.
All right, and we are back with Booker T versus Sequoyah 2-2. These have been some intensely close games. In that push map, we saw that Sequoyah was pushing through and was able to get that initial lead, and Booker T was just unable to take it from them.
2, 1.
How are we going to see the difference when it comes to a normal escort map?
Yeah, I mean, a big thing, Roadhog does get quite a bit of value at this beginning bridge, but if he gets zoned out by the range, it might be too much for him. He's looking for that hook, missed the rock, and now he's going to try to get it. Ooh.
Yeah, hooking directly into the trap.
Roadhog holding the space down mid, trying to prevent the Sigma from crossing bridge.
Yeah, this Roadhog is just looking to try to hook anybody off of the point and trying to get those initial kills, but is just going to get punished for trying to push forward too much, and Booker T has to back up and give a lot of space here. I mean, I think at this point, we've seen a lot of good hooks coming off of the Roadhog, but if they're not going to be getting enough value out of it, they might just need to switch in order to hold.
Well, you got to remember what they're playing into. They're playing into Sigma, Pharah, Ashe. There's a lot of zoning that goes on to Roadhog here, and Roadhog might be getting these kills, but his team is going to have to fight single player.
Well, he seems to be consistently hooking mostly just the tank. Needs to kind of like go off to the side to try to get this Ana, to try to even maybe get the Pharah out of the air if they can. Like, if you're just hooking the tank, we're not really going to get anywhere here. They're just going to keep pushing.
Big anti onto the Roadhog. Lots of ultimates flying all over the place right now. They're trying to finish out this point. But Booker T does get a huge pick, and they're going to keep themselves in this fight. And now this Pharah might go for an ult, and it's absolutely massive.
But is it enough for them to take the point?
I don't know. They got to get this Kiri, put the pressure on. Probably going to TP here in a second, but doesn't get the TP off. Going to have to help the Sigma in this kill with the Roadhog.
All right, Sequoyah able to get the point and push through. Booker T needs to make sure that they're holding here. Again, I think that right now, they just need to play something other than Roadhog here. They're not getting enough value hooking in the tank consistently. We've got Soldier ults, but on the other side, there's Sigma and Juno. We gotta make sure choosing the right time for that. Maybe even trying to get up into high ground. Oh, a great hook, finally! Getting some value. Oh! A nasty hook. If only it had hit anybody other than Sigma. The soldier still holding on to ults, waiting until Overwatch 7. Booker T just consistently pushing up. They're not dying. We finally see that switch off of Roadhog. They were able to get a couple of good hooks, but I think it's just too late at this point.
Well, they're just not able to hold against the strong poke. Their forward damage is too much, and that's why they have to swap to ROM. They have to play something that can actually stand up against this range.
And we just hope it's not too late if they can hold here. Soldier, a perfect time to walk out and use your ult.
Monster's gonna try to put that space and try to hold it down. Meanwhile, his team is getting different angles. We're gonna see the beat engaged here. Lots of ultimates flying out for Sequoyah. And a big kill is coming out from Mauler. They can keep their Sigma alive. This is very winnable. They're gonna have Rock online here in 2. Keeping the pressure on the Ramatra and using that punch to push him back.
Oh, we're finally seeing the soldier ult to try to hold.
Oh, with the window
beautiful
visor. What an absolutely huge window visor. Keeping Booker T in the fight. But that was a lot of ultimates. Sequoyah on their way to have about 2 very solid ultimates. Meanwhile, Ramatra was the only one that is in the range for it.
Well, and we saw the soldier has had that ult for the past minute and a half. You needed to use it so that you could build it, probably have another one. And Maywall stalling for time. Just trying to stay alive, get that initial pick here. Yeah, walling off the Sigma.
Walking off the Sigma. Can they get the kill? And they do, but they're going to trade tanks here. And Sequoyah might stand a chance. They're about to have some really good ultimates online. If that May keeps delaying them, though, it could be a big issue.
I mean, they're putting all of their pressure trying to take care of the Lucio.
Lots of ultimates engaged. Ramatra's going to just run it down. Use the ultimate, but he's going to immediately get burnt. And Sequoyah can have a very strong attack on Rialto.
Score.
I mean, just thinking back to this round, this whole entire series has been very back and forth. But the biggest thing we've noticed, Booker T's importance on the Roadhog has been huge in a lot of these maps. But when it comes down to maps like Push and like Hybrid, it's just not going to be enough for them. And now they're playing Escort. And Escort requires consistency. It requires that constant pressure in holding space. And right now, Booker T is just not doing that. They got walked that whole entire time. They might have gotten kills. There was no fights being won.
Yeah, there was we saw some great and some really cool plays coming out of Booker T, but they weren't showing any of that consistency that we saw from Sequoyah. I mean, Mauler sitting on the Sigma just wasn't dying. And Booker T is still going to try to run this this same comp with Roadhog. Hopefully, I mean, I would hope that they're going to try to get that initial value and then swap off for something more consistent, but we didn't see it last game.
Very strange support comp we're seeing from Sequoyah. Laurie Lucio. Obviously, you want to run Lucio, speed your Sigma out, I guess, and to keep him mobile, because when you're playing against this Roadhog and you have a Bastion, it's all about the swings. And you want to keep that poke up. But the Alari, very interesting. We don't see it very often. I think it's to apply that damage and put the pressure. And now they're running Bastion. They're just not going to allow this Roadhog to get any space. Lucio looking at Ego here. He's going to try to get something, but everyone backs away. And I feel like after that fight, you got to swap.
Yeah.
No? They're gonna lock it down. They're gonna try again.
I mean, they're gonna switch up the support comp, but I don't think it's gonna make a difference if we can't push anything with this Roadhog. Like, we need something that's gonna be able to deal with all of the damage output that we're seeing from Bastion. And maybe that's why they swapped Fury, to be able to throw down the line, but locking the Sigma behind Maywall, able to get the kill.
Sigma's gonna get picked here, but now they gotta use that Lucio to get a fast regroup. No hook can be allowed to land here. Lots of low HP, and they aren't gonna get the kill on the Bastion. And now Sequoyah is just gonna have to back up and reset for a second. It's all about that momentum. As soon as you lose your tank, Roadhog is going to try to pick one or two more people on the exit. And if he can land at least one of them, that's going to force a stagger even longer than you're looking for. The wall engaged on the Sigma. They were not ready for the wall once again. And now the Mei ult's going to be engaged, and I just don't think there's anything they can do about it.
Yeah, it seems like instead of switching up their tank, they decided to switch over to Mei in order to get that value. They're able to block off characters and get that pick on the tank, which just leads to everything else falling apart. I mean, the Bastion can barely exist without the Sigma there.
In a way, you're playing main tank on Mei right now, while your Roadhog is playing off tank. Mei is keeping that wall, keeping the block. Now we are going to see the Orisa on Sequoyah. We've seen this do very well in last map. About holding the gold cooldown. Losing that can cause them a lot of issues into this Roadhog Reaper comp. Got lots of ults available. We're probably going to see something engaged here. That's going to be gold and spear engaged from the Orisa. And now they're just going to try to butcher this Orisa. Curse me for ever saying you need to swap. Just swaps the DPS around in the support comp.
Well, and again, I think you said it clearly. The swap to Mei is essentially the fact that now Mei is acting as the main tank, able to wall people off, put pressure, while Roadhog is able to kind of walk around and play single player.
Not to mention, I mean, this Orisa has been walled almost every fight engagement. That mix with the hook, it's ice fishing. And you're preventing the team from being able to do a whole lot as long as Maywall and hook cooldowns are online. Sequoyah is in a desperate position here. They need to start getting a fight won to hold them off just for a couple more minutes.
We're gonna get Nano. Are we gonna see a Nano under the Nano Hog?
They're probably gonna wait for a very solid hook if they're looking to do a combo there. Roadhog does go on this flank with the Reaper. Gets a huge kill onto the Alari, as well as Pylon is going to be down.
Wanting to take care of the Mei.
Ash going around on the flank, and Roadhog is just going to leave his teammates for a second to try to stop that Ash, but they lose their Ana. Very interesting. We just saw almost pretty much 3 ultimates sent out from Sequoyah. The Alari, the Orisa, and Bob. Meanwhile, Booker T didn't use a thing.
I would imagine that Reaper definitely wants to try to get into this back line. Try to especially get the Alari, get the Ash. Once again, walled out.
But it's not going to be enough because Mei is immediately punished by this Ash. They're finally getting the footing that they need. They just need to keep up their front line. They lose that front line to the Mei, and it's going to be too much for them. But look at Booker T. 5 ultimates online. That's going to be really hard for any team to play against.
Unless we can see an absolutely amazing far ult from Sequoyah. Mei ult.
Lots of ultimates going to be engaged here. The question is, do you commit yourself? And it does look like Pharah commits the ultimate into their ultimates, and they're still going to be down quite a bit. They have the Juno ult online, but you're having to deal with Nano, Reaper ult, and Roadhog. Roadhog is just going to zone you off the point. Make sure you don't even touch. Just like that. We just had a fantastic attack from both these teams. It is neck to neck. and we are going into overtime.
3-3. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
All right, and into the final game for Sequoyah Booker T. We are in overtime. This has been an absolutely insane match. Once again, we're going to see the Roadhog. No Mei this time, so Roadhog has to try to get a lot of value by himself. Isn't going to have an extra tank and are just going to immediately get pushed. They're giving up the space, hopefully trying to regroup because they don't want to get any picks here. This is going to be... Sequoyah wants to take as much space as possible as fast as possible. And Booker T has already lost Ana. Cannot afford to lose anymore. Reaper is down. And a huge rock coming out from Sigma. Sequoyah is just walking over Booker T at this point in overtime. I mean, Sequoyah said that they wanted to end it, and they are looking to end it as fast as possible. They do have Nano online, but Ash up on the top, able to get a couple of picks on the supports. Can he get the BAP? With the dynamite, able to get the pick on the supports, and finally Booker T is able to put some pressure. Try to hold for a little bit. Hog is so low. A huge, nasty rock. Just barely able to save the BAP, but not enough time to touch the point and push any further. Sequoyah is going to be stopped at 4.
Switching sides. Initiating match.
The final push. There is 2 minutes, 38 seconds left on the clock. How much can Sequoyah hold? And is Booker T still going to be running the same? Yes, we are going to see the same comp, but this time we do have the Mei. It seems like Booker T has realized that they definitely need that Mei to act as that secondary tank. Mei can still dish out a lot of damage, especially with her icicles, but Booker T needs that extra tankiness, and especially needs that wall because Sequoyah is consistently falling for it.
Yeah, I mean, they need that Mei to play the main tank. It keeps them in those fights. Meanwhile, really, Sequoyah needs to play their Sigma a little more careful. They're just kind of waltzing on in and not respecting the hook or the wall, and they're losing these fights because of it. And we're going to see Roadhog full sending it. He's going to try to get a hook, and it is scaring the Sequoyah team right now.
I mean, they don't want to push that corner. They don't. They know that they're going to be playing Roadhog into this.
But we might see a May wall bring out here. Gotta be careful. Big hook is gonna land onto the May, but it's not gonna be enough. They're not gonna kill her. Now they're gonna start falling apart here. They're looking for a pick to keep them in this fight.
They are finally going to get that pick on Sigma, able to push forward.
This
Reaper's
frontline Reaper. I mean, combined with the Roadhog, there's so much damage into every hook. It's hard to out-heal or fight it.
You can do this.
Now you got a minute and 35. You want to hold them off. You also want to build ult as fast as possible. The goal is to get Booker T to use a couple ults before final fight without using too many of your own. Sigma's going to hold the space down and not give them the better spawn. But curiously enough, we're seeing Ash play extremely close, trying to help out Sigma, but no May walls have been sent out because they have no May anymore. They have that soldier.
But 2 ults being used by Booker T in order to take the point. I don't think they needed the Juno ult there, but the Roadhog ult was making good space.
But if you're Sequoyah, you can't die. You gotta reset. Meanwhile, Booker T, yeah, they use that Juno ult. Sequoyah has a chance here, but they gotta be really careful on what ults they use.
Swinging with the BAP ult.
Trying to get a pick desperately, but it doesn't look like it's gonna land on anything. That's going to reset the fight here. Sequoyah looking to have 4 ultimates into this next fight. Meanwhile, Booker T, only 2.
Stand your ground. This
Most
one's
likely we
mine.
might see a Nano Visor or a Nano Roadhog for the hook. But also, that Reaper ult is close to being online. It has a lot of potential to get some pressure here. So just have to see.
A huge
is going
Sigma
to be engaged
ult.
and is going to kill the Juno. Final 10 seconds. Sequoyah wiping them out, and Booker T has no potential to even touch. And what a big play from Sequoyah. In our best of 5, Sequoyah wins 3-2.
An absolutely amazing game by Booker T and Sequoyah. Very neck to neck. They were able to hold in that last bit. And we will be back with the next game here in just a bit. All right, and we are jumping right in to Salina versus Edison.
Philadelphia Eagles versus Salina. Oh, wait, wrong team. Sorry. We have this game going right now. It has been relatively neck to neck. Again, we are seeing extremely close games into this main bracket. We are seeing the Percy Arissa Bastion comp versus this Lucio Mora. Take me back to 2020 because we're playing Lucio Mora comp. Very interesting to see from Edison.
Our objective is under attack. Disperse the enemy immediately.
Informing you.
Grabbing the point, hiding in a corner.
Playing that hold, they're gonna wait for Salina to push up here.
Carried on the wind.
Now we see this speed coming out from Edison. They're trying to walk onto the Bastion. They don't want to allow the Bastion to set up too quickly, but they just failed on their initial engage. And
Yeah.
Bastion gets a pick onto Cass, and that's probably going to give Salina the point for now, unless they can get a big pick onto this Bastion.
I mean, they tried to rush
Oh,
in.
but the Reaper gets the kill. Nobody helps the Bastion. And Edison keeps points. And Arissa's just sitting there, trying to die as quickly as possible. Wow.
secure. Break up the game. Next, flashpoint redux.
Okay.
This section, again, immediately going to be taken from Edison. It's important to realize, too, within these best of fives, we have that map selection. And most of the time, pretty much every time, actually, within that last BO5 with Sequoyah, they won their map pick every single time. It is all this map pick has been really pushing the win for a lot of teams. Salina is obviously going to look to break that here. When you're playing against Lucio Mora, what are you planning to play against? What's your strategy?
I mean, definitely you need to make sure that you're watching and trying to punish the Moira after the fades. You need to make sure that you're keeping track of it. And while Moira has a fade every 2 seconds, if you're keeping track of it, it's really manageable in order to make sure that they're not able to get off into the back line and pick off your squishies.
And a big combo is going to come out here with the Orisa, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Edison still somehow pulling out these fights. Their ultimates, the cast is going to be killed by the Orisa, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to have to regroup once again. We're seeing ults fly out from both these teams, but ultimately, Edison is getting way more value. The big thing about Lucio Mora is you have no utility. You don't have cleanse, you don't have nade, you don't have sleep, you don't have emor. It's all about this speed and momentum, and as soon as you can take down the speed, then you should be able to beat out this team, and it just doesn't look like Salina is able to do that right now.
Well, and I feel like Salina is making a good choice with Orisa here, able to hold them back, but not for long as they're just pushing directly through.
It's just W key after W key, and it's an absolute slaughter for Salina.
I mean, do you think that maybe Salina can switch one of their DPSs over to something like Mei for a wall in order to stop speeds? Or...
I mean, it could provide a disconnect in their momentum. If you walled them while half their team is pushing in, that could be something. But also, I feel like you do what they're doing right now. You gotta swap to momentum. If the other team wants to walk on you, you walk on their team better. That Lucio Mora only has so much utility to get out of fights. Meanwhile, Kiri could TP halfway across the map in an instant.
Well, especially depending on how how Edison chooses to dive. If they are the ones to dive first, Salina can hold for just a half a second. Edison's not going to get away.
Here, we're going to see Junk Queen has the ult online, and now they just swap the point over to Edison, immediately backing off. We see this Doomfist kind of sitting there, playing reactively. No one's taking an engagement. Tries to get the kill onto Salina. It's not going to be enough. But finally, Shockwave's going to get some value out of the Doomfist, but we still see this Queen is online. Doomfist just going to ignore the Queen as much as possible, but a big punch back into the back line, and finally, we're going to see Salina take some percentage and win a fight.
We're going to ignore that missed punch there.
The original punch on the Queen was great. Forced her into the wall. I think this is what they needed. Salina needed a momentum comp that will keep them in these fights. It's a little curious why they waited so long to take an engagement. They were playing very reactively, but it ended up working for them because once again, Lucio and Mora don't have a lot of utility to get out of fights.
Both being engaged immediately.
And a big pick coming out from Edison on the Cassidy. And now Doom has no choice. He has to back away. He got to 52%. But they're in a dire straits here. They need to regroup and take a look at the ultimate. Edison has pretty much none. We are going to see Lucio ult and Reaper ult online by the time this next fight engages. Meanwhile, Salina, almost 5 ultimates.
I mean, if there is any time to push forward, it is when you have 5 ultimates.
Now we're going to see the Kiri ult engaged here. It's going to be the first ult to keep them into this fight. A huge pick. They don't really need anything else. They need to make sure they hold because now they need to stagger their ultimate. They need to make sure that they don't use everything unless they hit that 80%, which honestly they should. Then they just want to win the fight.
Both DPS ults are about to be online. I feel like if you're going to choose one, you definitely want to make sure you only use one. You don't want to click both at the same time. Doom ult being thrown out. A huge slam. Reaper ult coming out, not getting any value. And Salina got to that 80%. Used every ult in the game to hold. And is going to get that point.
Attack the objective.
Secured. Next flashpoint.
We are going to see at least 2 ults on Edison's side as we're going into this this third section here.
The enemy desires a battle.
Meanwhile, Salina needs to be careful about how they're holding this point. They may even need to give up this first fight to build up that ult charge and be able to retake. Yeah, Edison rushing in, trying to get those initial picks. A good trade. But they're just gonna start losing people one after another. Moira trying to get the Zen and is unable to. And Salina takes the point with no ults. We've almost got Doom ult again. We're looking at probably after this next fight going to have 3. Edison loves rushing on a point, getting that initial kill, immediately traded by the Genji. I mean, Genji really wants to get that Reaper. Looking to get any sort of value to get those kills, but Salina is gonna say no and push them back. And Salina once again is going to have nearly 5 ults for this last fight. Edison needs to... They can give up this point, but it's gonna be... No, Edison wants to push on to point. Getting that, trying to get that initial kill. Coming out from everywhere. 3 dead without using any ults. But finally, the Doom comes back on, gets a stupid kill onto that Reaper. Edison needs to rush to try. They're touching the point. And Edison is going to give up the point 2-2. Once again, these games are really close. But Salina is going to have 4 ults coming into this next point. Again, they need to make sure that they're using them in a manner in order to stagger them. We don't want to see all 4 ults being used at the same time, because then they're just not going to have the value in these upcoming fights.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Getting ready for the last engagement. This is the last point. Immediately gets pushed off the map. Doom rushing in, trying to get this Lucio. Unable to kill him, but at least pushes him off of the point as Salina takes the initial. Edison slowly building up their ult charges. They need to push forward. They need to take hold of the site. But Salina has been pushing right back against them and getting enough value to keep them at bay for this entire time. We're going to see that push. 2 kills immediately coming out from Edison.
It is neck to neck.
Yes, Salina using that 1 ult in order to stay alive. Still has 3 left for the retake. But Edison coming up on 2 more. I mean, this Tracer's going to be looking to pulse on probably the Zen. Beat being used immediately as they push in. Edison gets 2 kills. 3. Salina tried to use the Curie ult in order to help them push forward, but Edison just immediately got those kills, took the value, and was able to take the point back. They're coming up on 80%. Salina needs to use their ults, get onto point, at least get that touch, get a couple of kills. Genji ults. 1 support down. Somebody touching point. They need to go back. Doom rushing back onto point, getting the kill. Ooh, just barely missed the punch on the Reaper. And it is 99. Edison unable to touch, and Salina will win. Salina 2-1.
Play of the game.
Cause and effect.
Ready for battle.
This is my favorite.
All right, and now we're going straight into this next game. Salina versus Edison. We're on that 4th map, and this is really where it decides, is Edison gonna win their map pick? And if they can win it, they'll move on to Escort, and we'll play that 5th map. Interesting enough, we're seeing that fast comp once again from Edison, but ultimately, it started to stagger in the later points of Flashpoint. What is your thinking of why that happened?
I mean, when we were watching, one of the big things is that Edison immediately was countered by Salina switching over to a more dive-focused comp. But now that we're on a push map, it's going to be something completely different. Edison wants to stay on that dive, but Salina is going to try to counter it with a more hold style approach, especially with that Sigma. And Passion, though, is going to immediately get picked off.
That's going to give Edison a very solid momentum. Brick blocks the rock. They're going to full send it onto this Mercy, try to kill her as fast as possible. And now, this is the problem that you get with Sigma Bastion. As soon as you lose your Bastion, or your Sigma is displaced by the Venture, you ultimately just start crumbling. But if Salina is able to pick one of these off-angle DPS while the engagement happens, then Salina can push the momentum and keep strong in this poke comp. It's very interesting we're seeing such polar opposite kinds of gameplay here.
Well, and I'm wondering what the pick is for the Mercy versus trying to find something that's going to help more with the dive comp as far as like a maybe even a BAP.
I think the big thing why you see Mercy comps is usually comfortability. They're not comfortable on any other characters, so they run Mercy because Mercy at least gives them somewhat value, even in the worst of times. But I think it is kind of difficult for most teams to run, especially against Tracer. Venture, that's really hard for teams. But once again, we see the momentum change from Salina. Salina gets that pick, and it just destroys Edison's team. They're not able to do anything against this, and now they have to regroup and re-engage. Luckily, Edison has that advantage, and they're going to look to take a fight probably before the halfway point.
Yeah, we're getting that push in, but it's going to be punished pretty quickly.
Could potentially change this fight if they can get the Venture, but so much heals just land out, and it's not going to be enough. We see ultimates engaged on all sides, and now Salina is in a very difficult situation if they can't live. They're going to lose their Kiri. They're going to have to reset. And I think
a huge stun coming out in order to try to stagger.
Oh, it's just very difficult to run this Sigma comp into this fast brawl. It's hard to get the engagements that you're looking for when half your team is all the way in the back, getting destroyed by a Queen that just ran past you at max speed.
And here we are once again. We're going to see Salina switch over to that Doom. Switching to a more dive comp.
They're going to engage the Juno ult, and they're going to take a weird early fight without pushing payload. And they're going to take a fight on the Kiri, and now they're just going to be able to go back, move the payload a little bit, and a Ego Reaper ult out of nowhere that doesn't...
Was that maybe just an ult in order to switch? Because they're...
Most likely, surely.
Yes, okay. We are going to be seeing the switch.
The change on the Venture.
What was that blade?
See the Tracer in the backline. 1 HP is going to get caught out by the Kiri. A little too much ego there. Now we're going to see the Kiri ult engage. Curiously enough, Edison doesn't really need to use anything, but they are going to use the Queen ult to stay into this fight. Doing 1 HP with the anti. Edison is still holding strong. They have the knife on the Doom. They're going to try to fly him back into the team. But ultimately, their backline is too weak, and they're not going to be able to defend against the Doom Genji. Finally, Salina has the robot, unless they don't want to move it. There we go. 5 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time to make plays here.
Yeah, but Salina has a lot to push.
You gotta think. Salina still has to get to the halfway point, which takes a really long time to push the robot through the midpoint. As well as Edison has this momentum for him, where every time they do get halfway point, they're going to immediately have good spawn and a big pulse bomb onto the Mercy, but the backline is getting crushed by this Doom Venture comp.
Yeah, I mean, we see it immediately. Salina swaps to a more aggressive comp, starts diving onto the backline, and Edison doesn't know how to handle it.
Very interesting that now, as soon as Shockwave starts switching to a more aggressive character, as you said, is now he's getting that value, putting the pressure down on the team, always getting a big value, and we do seem to have a tech pause. We'll be right back just in a second.
All right, and heading right back into the game, we did just have a little bit of a tech issue, but we were able to get that resolved fairly quickly. So Salina here was able to switch up their comms, get that initial push, and are retaking the space. They need to make sure that they're able to push all the way forward. Going through, not seeing. Oh no, Edison able to get that pick onto the other Venture. Trying to push forward, but the Doom putting the pressure onto the back line. We're still seeing the Mercy on Salina's side. Even with this heavy aggressive comp, they're not going to swap off the Mercy.
Who's on fire? I am.
Pulse Bomb versus 3 ults on Salina's side. Ooh, and a huge pick on the Mercy immediately is going to be pretty bad for Salina as they're able to just push forward. Are we going to see? It's the perfect lineup for ult. No, Edison wants to save it. And out it goes, hitting everybody. Junker Queen just trying to focus down the Doom. Ults coming out from Salina's side. Fury unable to get the ult out before dying. This is...
We heard to see a red though, and Salina is gonna turn it back after some ultimates are engaged, and it's gonna finally keep Salina off the back ropes just for a little bit longer, but it's still looking very precarious. They're locking the Malga down to have that consistent front line, but again, I mean, we take a look at the healers on both these teams. We're seeing Mercy Curie versus Juno Brig. And I gotta say, Juno Brig is gonna have a very strong output for defense and heals. And
yeah, Brig ult immediately coming out, able to stun people, get those picks off.
Bubsy's gonna be in a very dangerous situation. He's gonna try to back away here. But it's not really gonna be enough. Bubsy can get out of here and maybe live. And a huge kill on the Ana from the Tracer. Though it is gonna get traded by that Genji, this is it. This is Edison's last full push here for now to get this point. They want to make this the last fight. Salina's trying everything in their power just to stagger, to hold down the point for as long as possible, to give them the opportunity of a pick. But it just doesn't look like it's gonna happen. And will the tradition of the map pick be continuing here?
It's the final little bit. All they need to do is push Salina off the point for a second, and they're not able
neck
to.
To neck. People flying all over the place. Are they going to get it? Roadhog's the last one, and no.
And that
Edison
last push
is going to win the fourth. And we will move on to the final of the BO5. We're at Salina 2-2.
Play of the game.
All right, and we are here with Salina versus Edison, 2-2, the final map. This is Salina's pick. Salina chose Circuit Royale and wanted to go on the attack. I mean,
but one human lifespan is not enough to see it all.
oh, we're gonna see a mirror comp coming out from Salina. Well, I guess almost a mirror comp, yeah. They're just running the Genji instead of the Tracer, but we're gonna see a huge dive. I mean, Salina just wants to get this over with. They want to get into the backline. An immediate pick off on the Tracer. Caught lacking. Salina pushing forward, getting those kills. It looks like they took the lesson to heart that Edison gave them and decided that they wanted to dive on their own. Now the question is, if Salina is able to just consistently keep pushing up on Edison by running the same comp, is Edison gonna need to change? Or can they dive better? Starting up on that second fight, Edison needs to get some picks, but Salina is saying no. Edison is just trying to get anything here. Getting a couple picks out. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it. They're able to hold for this one. Salina is coming up on one ult, probably going to have another 3 or 4 by the end of this next fight here. And definitely should be able to make that push to get this cap. Looking for an initial pick.
Time for the reckoning.
There is the ult. Edison able to get 2 picks on Salina. We've got a whole bunch of ults here. A huge knife.
Time for a thunderstorm.
And immediately made up for by missing the ult there. But looks like they didn't need it, as Genji pops ult, immediately gets 3, and they're able to cap this first point. I mean, here it's just a question of who can get those picks faster. They're running essentially the same comp with the one singular difference. So they need to make sure when they're rushing in that an immediate pick by Edison. I mean, Salina is kind of falling apart here. We initially saw that Edison was the one that was comfortable on this dive comp. Salina is changing in order to meet them with the comp. And initially was able to get those first couple pushes, and Edison is slowly learning how to face against that mirror. Yeah, backing up immediately. The Venture is jumping into that backline, trying to get a pick. Is going to be punished by the Genji, but a good trade's coming out. And once again, Edison is going to hold Salina here in the middle of this point. I mean, so the Genji immediately dove into the back line, but Edison has the cast sitting back there ready for it. I think Edison realized that Salina was going to try to run that same sort of comp and needed to make some change. Huge ult coming out, getting everybody. And Edison is walking over Salina here, keeping them out of spawn. 1:35 left on the clock. A push out of spawn. It gets the immediate kill, a huge stagger. I mean, I think the difference here in this comp, Brig ult's being used. Which one's going to be able to stun first? Oh, and it looks like Edison gets one off Salina. It was a Brig off, and it looks like Edison is going to win. With 45 seconds on the clock, Salina has been trying to do this push. They've been trying to get onto that backline with that Genji, which Genji is coming up on ult. Hopefully is able to get a couple picks. Edison waiting in the corner. It's just immediately going to dive on Salina, who wasn't there to see it coming. And the Juno ult is going to get a little bit of value, but is almost going to go to waste since they immediately lost 2. Edison backing up, not wanting to lose anybody before this last fight. 10 seconds left on the clock. Salina wants to touch onto the point, and Edison needs to make sure that they don't lose anybody here. They've got plenty of space in order to work with. Genji ult ready to jump in onto the back line. Are we going to see a couple of kills before Salina falls apart? Yeah, rushing, trying. Able to get the kill onto the cast. A bunch of ults are going to come out from Edison. And Salina is not able to get enough value here. Just doing their best to try to stay alive, try to keep touching the point. They've got a long way to push here in overtime. Cass getting the kill on the Genji. This is huge. Yeah, pushing forward, just trying to put the pressure, get them off of point long enough. And that is going to be Edison holding Salina down, only able to get one. I mean, this is looking really good for Edison on attack. They don't need to push very far.
Initiating match.
It's going to be very interesting to see as we switch over from Edison being on defense to attack, if they're going to just continue to run this dive comp. And if Salina is going to try to mirror that comp or is going to switch to something in order to hold. Because it seems like you would normally try to run a Sigma comp here on defense for Circuit Royale, but it just wasn't working for Salina because Edison was able to pop onto their backline. And interesting Lifeweaver pick off of Edison. And we are going to see some a completely different comp from Salina. They've got the ROM to try to hold. I mean, great util on the support line. And then Soldier and Torbjorn able to just hold some angles, especially with the being able to set up the turret in an awkward position. And you can set the turret up lane and it's going to be very hard to hit.
3, 2,
I'm wondering what Edison's thinking here, going with Lifeweaver.
escort the lead.
And I guess we will just have to see. And there we see the reason Edison chose Lifeweaver, going over the top in order to dive on Salina. Immediately getting those 3 picks. Just dialing on Salina here. Insane. I mean, that's definitely one way to use Lifeweaver. Oh, and it looks like we are going to have a another tech pause here. It looks like one of the Salina players has left the game. So talking about what we have seen so far between Edison and Salina, it's been very close. All of these games so far have been very close. Here, if we want to go ahead and go take a look at the bracket real quick. With this bracket, we can see we have yet to have the Owasso Showdown game, which I think is currently going on right now. We did see that Bixby was able to was defeated by Broken Arrow 3-0, which I think was the a bit of a roll. But then every other game we've seen so far, Sequoyah versus Booker T was insanely close. We were able to see a lot of those games. Booker T versus Bixby was very close, which the lower bracket is going to be best of 3s. Upper bracket will be best of 5s. And in this game, Edison Salina, we're just, even though in this initial push on this last map, we watched Edison just completely roll over Salina, it's been relatively close these past games. I think it's just difficult for Salina to deal with this comp coming from Edison. All right, and we are jumping right back into the game. Just a little bit of a tech issue, but we just saw Edison completely walk over Salina with this Lifeweaver pick, able to go over the top of the map. And Edison is still just trying to push forward. I mean, Salina just doesn't know what to do against this comp. Looks like they're able to hold here just for a little bit. Lifeweaver getting picked off. I think we might see a switch after that. They got the initial play. I don't know that there's anything left to do. They might try to wait for ult. Nope, we are going to immediately get that switch over back to Juno. All right, Rom ult. That is going to be huge for Salina holding onto that point since Rom refuses to die when his ult is active. Yeah, and he's going to immediately pop it, walking in onto the back line, getting that pick onto Juno. 3 picks total. Salina able to hold there. 1 minute and 35 left on the clock. Some riveting gameplay from Lucio. Alright, we've got some ults building from Salina. If they can hold this longer, then they might be able to hold it out at least into overtime. Yeah, beat coming out, keeping them alive. And it's pick after pick from Edison. I mean, just the amount of value that this queen has been able to get is insane. Salina rushing on a point with Soldier ult, just trying to push people back, trying to get anything. They need to hold here. If Edison is able to touch and get this point, they're going to get plenty of time to push. And they were able to touch 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They don't need to push very far. Edison is just keeping Salina on the back burner. They're consistently, somebody is dead. One of their ults goes off and doesn't get any value out of it, while Edison is sitting here pretty with 2 ults. Activating the Juno ult for that push, but I don't see it anywhere near the point. Where did it go? They decided that they were going to use it to push even farther up. And Edison is going to take the final point of the best of 5. An absolutely insane match from Edison and Salina. I think overall, they played really well. Salina definitely switched up their comps in order to play with Edison as they were just trying to play this really hard dive onto the back line. And then when Salina tried to switch to something else and tried to counter it, it didn't work. They didn't know how to deal with it, and ultimately it ended up being their loss. So we will be right back in just a bit. All right, and we are in with Sequoyah versus BA. Lijiang Tower, and immediately we watch as BA is going to use that Rommel to make a whole bunch of space, get some kills, and take that initial point.
Yeah, we'll see if Sequoyah can keep that Ramatra ult and get value out of it. The big thing about Broken Arrow that we've always seen, they play really quick. This ball comp, their healing comp is pretty pathetic, but it doesn't matter because as long as they keep engagements and are getting those picks, they're able to win fights. But of course, they lost their Cassidy early into this fight. Now Ball's going to readjust and probably go in with mines here and try to change the fight here. Trying to put the pressure on the Mercy Echo. We're going to see picks flying out from both teams here. Sequoyah is just getting ripped apart by these mines, though. Doesn't matter if we're on ults. You can't get to this ball. This ball is just putting so much pressure on top of this Echo Mercy. Now, Sequoyah has no choice but to try to touch here, but I just don't think it's going to happen. And now they got to move into this next round. Think about the problem. Broken Arrow is pretty much always going to run this comp. Unless it is a hybrid, they are always going to run the Echo Mercy combined with the ball. If you are Sequoyah here, what is your game plan? What are you wanting to do to change these fights?
I mean, they need to make sure that the ball is not getting a lot of value. And I mean, maybe that requires a switch. Maybe they need to go Brig. Maybe they need to go Sombra in order to hack the ball. But as long as the ball is not getting value, the rest of BA would relatively fall apart. I mean, we see a Mercy on BA side, so we're seeing plenty of Mercies today.
Well, as I said, you know, it's a really safe pick. Almost anyone can play Mercy. So you're always going to get value out of it if you just look at the person that you're told to heal and heal. The biggest thing is this switch between the Echo Mercy. It leaves Lucio to kind of have to play single player, as well as their other DPS has to play single player as well. Meanwhile, Lost Eager is going to get a big pick onto the Sombra, and this could spell some big issues for Sequoyah once again. It doesn't matter if they kill one of their healers, it's the wrong target. And BA still has a very good chance at winning this fight. I feel like the mistake once again, running Sigma into this. I just think the only answer to this comp is something that's faster and more consistent. Running something that has Winston or Diva.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the switch into Sombra, which would be a great pick, but the rest of the team isn't really built to help their Sombra. Their Sombra is essentially going to have to play single player as we're going. They're trying to at least touch this point. And the Echo just coming into the back line. Down from the heavens, getting 2 picks. A third one coming out as they aren't able to keep up. They lose 2, and it's just a cascade. BA does have 2 ults, but Sequoyah's coming up on having 3. Maybe not this fight, but next fight, Juno definitely have ult. Throwing the mines out, just trying to keep them away from point as long as possible. We're at 60%.
But a big kill onto, and a big duplicate, and now we're gonna see the Mercy res, but a massive Signal might be able to win them this fight potentially. And a big kill onto the Echo out of Flux, but it is still anyone's fight. They got to remember that this Lucio ball is a menace.
Yeah, getting the pick on Lucio, the only thing they have to do is take care of the ball.
Sigma playing the shaky cam, trying to predict the ball on the switch. Finally, Sequoyah's going to get point here, but you got to protect your Juno. Your Juno is in a very bad position. Luckily, your carry is going to help them get back to point. They are going to res Ball, and Ball is going to hop back into this fight, getting ready for the engage with the Echo. Curiously enough, we see a Junkrat out of Sequoyah, which I think they're just trying to get a lot of stagger damage as well as Cade, or as well as the Trap. The Trap can get a lot of big value.
Yeah, especially on these maps where you have to turn those corners.
Just kind of waiting it out, holding the castle. That's going to give them a lot of space and a little bit more time. But Sequoyah needs to build some ultimates because the mines are almost online. But this Cass is just walking down Echo now. We see the Mercy res. Mercy is 1. Chemical out here on Sequoyah, getting kills, taking names. And finally, starting to counter the piece that BA really has, that Mercy Echo.
Yeah, we're getting up to 80% now. They do have Juno ult in order to hold. They do also have Tire if they want to try to get an early pick here. Because if they can get a pick and hold, they might be able to get the point.
Big thing is just to make sure you don't die through your Tire. And they're going to try to keep the Junkrat alive because he has the tire online. He is going to get a lot of util, and it all comes down to this. This is really that last fight, and Lucio is going to be dead here. We're going to see the duplication coming out from Cassidy, and now it is really anyone's fight. Can they get
trapped.
kills? But
Can they
Echo,
get...
Echo gets some big kills, but they C9! Broken Arrow walked off point just too long, and Sequoyah held them back as Sigma and won the fight. What an insane round!
In this first map, first of 5, Sequoyah and BA are 1-1. Once again, we are seeing these games are so close.
Yeah, it's a very close set. I mean, if we're looking back at our past invitationals, you gotta remember, Broken Arrow has had a very strong presence in these Overwatch invitationals, and this time they're finally starting to play against teams that are starting to do a lot better and starting to learn how Broken Arrow plays, and they want to punish them. They don't want them to just win this for free.
Sigma walking out, getting 2 kills
locking it
immediately.
down. Now they're immediately going to reset. They have 10 seconds before point even opens, so they have plenty of time to readjust. Again, we're seeing that Sigma comp locked by Sequoyah, and it did very well for the fact of Sigma can survive against Wrecking Ball. Now we're going to see the Pharah Mercy instead of the Echo. Ball looking for an engagement from behind. Is going to try to get a boop here. Is going to switch back and get a big pile drive potentially onto Lucio. Now they have that pick engagement, and now they can keep consistently walking into this fight and getting the picks that they need to.
Yeah, that pile drive was absolutely huge in creating the amount of pressure that BA needed to jump in and get those kills, and Sequoyah was able to take that point. Or so BA was able to take the point from Sequoyah. Now Sequoyah needs to make sure that they're building up their ults. They were both only at 20%, so there's still plenty of time in order to take their time with these fights, but I don't think BA is going to let them. A huge pile drive into the cast, unable to get the kill though. But it does not matter as Pharah is just walking around Sequoyah getting pick after pick. BA holding this point. We're coming up on 70%. Sequoyah is going to have Sigma ults and a castle coming into this, but BA also has 4. It's going to be very hard for Sequoyah to take back the point.
20%. I think he's probably going to swap. That's probably why he used it. I think the biggest problem they're running into is the map now. Sigma is a lot harder to get on a point and hold from those directions. We're not seeing a Sigma swap. The final
somebody
8%.
needs to rush up and touch. Ooh.
And it just doesn't look like it's going to happen. It doesn't matter what castle we're seeing.
Yeah, the swap to the ball to try to touch, but Pharah is just holding them off. And it looks like BA is going to be able to take that first map. And we will be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Alrighty. Right into the next game. Sequoiah's map pick, Hollywood. I think it's a very interesting pick to take Hollywood against a ball comp team. It is nice to see a different map, but I feel like choosing Hollywood is better for the ball comp, especially once you get past this first section. If there's so much potential to just take dives and take pushes, where I don't feel like on Kings you're really able to do as much on ball. But we'll see what Sequoiah's game plan is.
I mean, maybe that's something where Sequoyah is trying to initially take this first point very quickly, or maybe they're playing the long game and wanting to be able to hold against the ball comp when they switch over to defense. They want to try to get as much room as possible, and then because ball is going to be a little rough for ball in this first point, they're looking to get as much as possible and hold because they know that BA is going to consistently play that comp even when they switch over to attack. All right, Sequoyah coming up with that initial push. Ash all the way up on high ground, getting that immediate pick. BA doesn't really have anything to deal with the Ash all the way up there at up top.
We're just seeing the classic Broken Arrow gameplay where you have one of your DPS get pocketed, while the rest of the team does big dives and just instantly removes backline. Sequoyah isn't quite answering that. We saw a very, very strong performance from Chemical in that last section. And once again, landing those shots that he needs to get those picks, but it's not going to matter if they can't survive a ball engage. And ball absolutely chokes every shot in that engagement. He's going to try to fall back here and grab the heal pack to stay into this fight. Meanwhile, Mercy and Ball are in this back line.
And they've got 2 ticks. They can't touch.
Engage, and it goes straight through the Cassidy. Unfortunately, it's not stopped, and that is probably going to give Broken Arrow a chance to take this back. But the Ramatra is still staying alive with both supports, but no ultimates are able to be engaged. And that is going to be a BA retake on to point. 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
I mean, the amount of value that this Ash is able to get sitting onto the back line, and Sequoiah's not doing anything about it.
Well, I mean, Sequoiah's playing a very straightforward team. Nobody really is going to flank. The most you might see is Soldier walking off to the side, but if he goes too far, you have to deal with a Tracer and a ball that could fly to you in a second. It causes too much dive onto your team where you have to play this stacked up kind of comp. We're going to see the mines engaged here to disrupt the team and get a lot of big picks.
Swinging around, nobody's there. Ball sitting on 1 HP.
Mercy is going to be killed here, and this is what Sequoyah needs. They're going to try not to use too many ults here. Ball is down to 1 HP. Will the Ramatra hold? He should. 1 HP Tracer. And now, Sequoyah has the payload back on their side. The one benefit that Sequoyah has going for them, though, is obviously consistency. They're able to hold their team alive a lot longer than BA. As soon as BA loses their Mercy, they're kind of just in disarray, and it's a battle for a pick. If Broken Arrow can't get the pick fast enough, the whole entire team collapses.
Cass trying to 1v5 everybody up top, getting punished for it.
But he's not him. Chemical wanted to prove it, but Brig is alive up here. Really low HP. His teammates are going to barely be able to help him there, and Brig is fighting alone with no team. Very interesting, but they are getting payload percentage. You have that Ash on the high ground. Another Bob getting kind of just thrown out here, but I'm going to be honest, Ramatra, the only thing Ramatra cares about is full sending it down. I think they just need to restabilize for a second. Don't lose their Ramatra. Gonna try to kill out Juno. Juno down to 1 HP, and now Ramatra extremely low, 90, and it takes too long to use the cooldowns. We're holding on to ult, still Overwatch 3. We need to readjust. Sequoyah has a very strong potential to keep this payload going and win this fight, but they just have to keep full sending it.
Yeah, I think Sequoyah was initially trying to rush off to the side, pull everybody off of point so that Rom could sit there, because Rom is just not going to die. He's able to sit there forever and get that percentage, but BA figured out what they were trying to do, pushed them back, and Sequoyah was too separated to do anything about it. Cass trying to walk into the back, immediately getting punished by the Tracer, having to back up, and Sequoyah just needs to regroup at this point. Chemical having insane aim, able to just tap these people up top. I mean, Sequoyah is getting huge percentage by the fact that BA just doesn't want to touch the point. And BA just doesn't particularly have enough heals in order to sustain long enough, which is how Sequoyah is able to get so much percentage. Like, even if BA is able to push up on to Sequoyah and get those picks, with the fact that they have a Mercy pocket, they have a ball who's able to jump onto the back line, it's so much harder when Sequoyah has that much healing output. All trying to touch point, make sure that they aren't able to get it, but he's just going to get pushed off. Soldier coming in from behind.
Get out of my face.
Some great ults coming out from Sequoyah. Potentially giving them the point. But BA does not want to let them have it. This ball will not die. There we go. It seems like every time BA tries to do a push onto Sequoyah, Sequoyah is able to hold out and outlast BA. BA has 3 ults in order to hold this corner.
I mean, we're seeing essentially Sequoiah's game plan. Walk the payload. You may not need to win a fight, but as long as you're getting percentage, it's something. Sequoiah's trying to set the standard for what they want to do in this map. And getting that payload percentage is pretty big. But
Yeah,
I don't
and all they
think
need to
they're gonna
do
finish
is
it out.
sit Realm on payload, and then everybody else can run around playing single player. But as long as they're getting the percentage points, they're getting closer to winning.
They're getting these kills. We're gonna see the castle engaged. Oh, in the skull. Oh, but he's not able to
Barely
land
misses.
the kill. So unfortunate. Now they're gonna have to back up here. We're gonna see the Bob engage because it is the final 10 seconds. It's gonna be up to Sequoyah to lock it down with the Ramatra and at least try to touch point, but he's not gonna be able to do it. It's a whole 3 seconds. And I feel like it was a solid attack. Their game plan was good because Broken Arrow just doesn't care about walking on payload. Now Sequoyah needs to lock in. They need to figure out how to destroy this Broken Arrow offense lineup, because I feel like, if anything, their team comp is going to do so well on attack.
And I'm wondering if this is what they were waiting for that first point in order to try to hold here with going up against this ball comp on this first point. Because once they get past the first point, ball's going to have free reign.
Locking it down again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Broken Arrow wants to keep locking down this comp. Meanwhile, Sequoiah's going to try the Sigma again, and we're going to see the Alari. I'd be very concerned a little bit with the Alari. It's going to be really hard to defend Alari against this comp. But then again, we've seen Sequoyah play very strong before with survivability. And that might be what they need to keep these fights going.
I get the idea.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
How's it going?
Defend objective A.
How's it going?
We see Ash immediately going to go for a swing here and try to get a big pick onto the Alari. See the Dynamite engage. That's going to lower a lot of them. Meanwhile, this Reaper is in the middle of their team. We're going to try to full send it. Reaper does not have Wraith, and they do not have Pylon. Paul is putting a lot of pressure onto that front line. And it is just too much for Sequoyah. They're dealing with too many different angles, and they can't defend their own back line. They're going to try to stabilize, but it's just not going to be enough. And this is the problem that you're going to run into with any comp on this map. Seeing this Ramantra try to hold the off angle, trying to put that pressure, but this Ash is just getting so much free value. It's kill after kill, and then Mercy just reses. Unfortunately, we're just seeing a very strong roll go on right now, and no team comp to switch against it. We saw Sequoyah play really strong on control. They showed the potential that they could win out that first map, but now we're just in Broken Arrow's territory. It's all about dive. And the unfortunate part is after this map, they're gonna have to play Flashpoint, and I would argue that's even better football.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that Sequoyah needs to figure out is how are they going to deal with this comp, because BA is not going to stop running it because it's working. I mean, and here we see once again, BA is just pushing, constantly getting value, able to dive into the back line, and they didn't even need to use their ults. Sequoyah is going to be coming up on a couple of ults. They need to make sure that they're getting as much value as they possibly can. Ramantra is going to be able to hold on to that point for quite a while. If he can stay alive, trying to get the Lucio, unable to get the pick though. And Ash just sitting up on high ground. Nobody able to punish them. All right, probably going to see the ROM ult coming out pretty soon. Needs to get those couple picks. And it's not going to be enough. I mean, we consistently see the Ash and the Mercy sitting up on top, getting tons of value, and nobody's able to do anything about it. They're trying to dive. It looks like Sequoyah is changing up their comp a little bit in order to counteract it, and it's not working. Ooh, Tracer going for the pulse bomb, does end up missing, unable to get the kill. And another Bob from BA onto the point. This Ramantra cannot stay alive. Soldier trying to get that ult out and was not able to in time. And Broken Arrow will be 2-0 versus Sequoyah. And we will be right back for the next game.
Play of the game.
All right. right, and we are back. BA versus Sequoyah. BA 2, Sequoyah 0. Sequoyah is consistently not able to deal with this BA ball comp, and it looks like they might try to run their own.
An interesting response to Broken Arrow. They want to try to ego the ball. This time, they're going to run Kiri Farah. And I'm interested to see how this goes. Can Mahler outball the Big Well ball player on Broken Arrow? Let's see how this first fight goes. When it comes to heal comps, I definitely like Sequoiah's heal comp more. It makes a lot more sense. But Kiri might be left in a dust here a little bit. So it's all about how they want to do these engagements. Mahler's immediately going to use a couple of cooldowns here. And there it goes. Kiri's immediately going to be caught out and left alone. And now Sequoyah is in a deep fight here to just get some percentage, to get some picks. And they're struggling right now. Again, as I said, it's unfortunate. Sequoyah played really strong in this first game, and they showed some really strong potential to take some map from Broken Arrow. But right now, they're having to play in Broken Arrow's dream, a ball comp heaven. And they can just keep running this comp over and over again.
Yeah, I don't, other than switching up the DPS every once in a while, depending on the map, I don't think we've really seen anything else from the BA comp. They're just consistently choosing the same thing. And they're consistently getting picks out of it. I mean, Mercy Rez coming out on the Farah, able to keep him up. Trying to punish, unable to get the kill.
Not able to get that kill on Mercy. I mean, the big thing, you know, you got to realize is when you have a team and you have some very strong DPS players, very strong tank players, the easiest thing sometimes is your support players just play the pocket and walk with your team and just ignore everything else. Now, that doesn't work against teams that have a solid all-around skill set, but right now, BA is just able to walk onto these back lines, and it is too much of a problem for Sequoyah, and they're struggling to take that push, to take that initiative.
Ball jumping on a point, trying to get that touch. Just any sort of hold. And BA is going to take the first point.
Next, flashpoint. Temple.
Again, that momentum, it's all on Broken Arrow. Look at those ultimates. Sequoyah locking in on the Sigma once again. You know, they're playing it for the survivability. But we see that stagger onto the Lucio on Sequoyah, and that's just going to make them have to wait probably till 20% to really take a real fight to Sigma. Locking it down, he doesn't care.
Yeah, Ball setting up mines. Able to stall for a good amount of time. I mean, we're just seeing that this Mercy is able to sit on the Farah, and the Farah is able to get so much damage output that they haven't really needed to use any of their ults. They're just consistently going in, getting picks, going into the back line, and not getting punished for it. There is the Farah ult in order to kill the Sigma, pushing them even farther back. I mean, what does Sequoyah need to do here?
Well, again, you gotta find where your consistency is. Juno's getting picked off every fight engagement. Your Soldier is not really able to do anything because, once again, Soldier's not gonna work very well when you're getting ran on. And then we got a pulse bomb onto the Ash. It's constant staggering. Sequoyah hasn't even gotten a touch point in this whole entire sequence. It's gonna be up to Malgav to even get somewhat percentage. And now they're having to appeal for their Soldier because of the backline pressure. It just does not matter. This is Broken Arrow's bread and butter. And the good news, though, for a lot of the other teams, is this is showing what Broken Arrow can do, what they can play. We look back at the bracket, Broken Arrow will have to play against Edison or Owasso, the next lineup, depending on who wins that game. Well, we still have some very strong teams down in losers bracket.
they're going to start to be able to see how Broken Arrow plays, and we'll see if they can put the counter or play it better than them.
And Bara walking out, immediately getting 5 kills from BA.
Tactical visor activated.
Sequoyah rushing on a point with that soldier roll, trying to get any sort of value out of it, but nobody is there.
You gotta remember, Overwatch is an indie game company, so they can't fix visuals and with the visor. We're gonna see that engagement finally giving Sequoyah the ability to tap point. They're starting to get that percentage, but now you're down 2. All it takes is 1-2 fights, and it could be over. See the mines engaged. Maka's gonna try to get out. Ball controlling a lot of space here, and their Lucio is going to be caught out here. Sequoyah butchered again. It is just horrific right now. Broken Arrow getting all the space and all the kills that they want.
Bara holding up top, looking to get some value as they push through. All right, Sequoyah able to get a big pick on the Mercy. All they need to do is get rid of this Bara, and maybe they can touch point, but it looks like Ash might not live long enough. Sequoyah holding point. They're both at 70%. Sequoyah needs to win this next fight. Can they get this pick? Ooh, Tracer is locked in. But a huge beat is going to come out to give them just enough time to survive. And another Bara ult.
They get that 99. We're at 75%. They're going to have to fall back and regroup because they're only going to get one more fight into this. They do have Bob online. They're close to the Lucio ult. And meanwhile, Broken Arrow doesn't really have any ultimates. There's a strong potential for Sequoyah to take it. Unless they get those mines online, we're going to see Bob immediately engaged. They got to defend their Ash. They're not able to do it, but they do have the Bob online that does get the kill on the Lucio. We're going to see the mines engaged here now, and this is what's probably going to allow Broken Arrow to win. If they can't kill anything, it is just going to be too much. Ball starting to just exist. And that going to be another map for Broken Arrow and another 3-0. Put them onto the main bracket. Sequoyah will be dropping down into losers. As I wave at Owasso.
Play of the game.
Justice reigns from above. Do something.
All right, and here we go with Owasso versus Edison in round 2 of the winner's bracket. Owasso 3-0'd Chouteau, and Edison had a very close game with Salina, so it'll be interesting to see what they're going to be doing coming into this game.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, we see the same comp that we saw last time with Edison, a very hard dive comp. They want to push up. They want to get a lot of that value, especially with the Queen. And on Owasso, we are going to see a Sigma comp. We've seen plenty of those, and we haven't necessarily seen one that's worked yet.
I mean, they've gotten a lot of potential on Lijiang, but definitely this map, this particular point, is kind of difficult. Edison running that brawl, dive, as you said, much more brawl though. It's about just full sending it. As fast as possible, keeping the close consistency. For Owasso, this might be a problem. the Sigma, I'm not sure how well will do against a Queen walking on their team. But we will see. On full send it, we hear the 3-2-1 from Edison, but they're immediately going to lose their Queen. And that's going to be the importance of what this Sigma comp can do for them, is a lot of damage. Tons of frontline damage. Going to give them a lot of potential to get picks. Still looking kind of close, but ultimately Owasso is going to pull out ahead.
I mean, what do you think that Edison is going to need to do in order to push past this?
Ultimately, you can't get rocked by the Sigma because you're just going to get murdered immediately. That's what happened to this Queen with this last fight. If Queen just full locks it straight forward into a Sojourn Sigma, it's obviously going to take a lot of damage. You need to eliminate that back line just like this Reaper Lucio. It's going to put a lot of pressure, and there's not a whole lot Sigma's going to do to defend them. We're going to get that 34%. Now they're just going to slowly damage the Sigma and probably stagger him. We're going to see a lot of ultimates online here. We get the Sigma online and Castle. Meanwhile, Edison doing a lot better, sort of, in the ult department. I would argue definitely that Pulse can get a lot more value than some of these ults. But
I mean, what do you think is going to be the easiest target? Probably...
For the Owasso team?
Yeah.
Definitely Juno. Juno Sojourn. As soon as Sojourn uses the slide, you're cooked. You have no cooldowns. And if your teammate's not there to help, they're immediately going to die. Immediately losing Tracer, they're going to get the rock onto the Queen, and a huge flux is going to potentially get one person here. They are going to be able to kill that Reaper, and now Edison is fighting a fight for percentage.
Set him up, knock him down.
I'm on fire.
Owasso able to retake the point. They're at an even percentage, though. They have plenty of time in order to come back, regroup, and retake the point. I mean, do you think that they need to really push onto that backline a little bit harder for Edison?
Oh, great rock. He's going to launch Queen off the map. I don't know. Again, we're playing the game of consistency. Picks flying all over the place, but Owasso has some very strong survivability. But really, it's just a switch and switch. Like, even though we've seen Owasso win these fights, it looks like they could lose the fight in the next section. Meanwhile, Sigma is extremely low. His teammates are going to try to blitz on there and kill the Sigma, but they're immediately going to get punished. Please Carry Me is holding down the line and staying alive, which is what they need to keep in these fights.
Looks like Please Carry Me is the one who is carrying.
I don't know. I mean, Owasso's Cassidy, Reflex, has been getting some insane kills and keeping up in these fights. Meanwhile, Shock's trying to get value, but he's immediately going to get walked down. We're going to see the Flux ult, and it's not going to hit anything. And now we're going to see potentially a switch of side. Back for Edison. I don't know about that ult engagement. I feel like it was a little bit of an overuse, and now Edison is going to be down a very strong ult. Meanwhile, Owasso has Juno Sojolt. Those two ultimates alone, honestly, are better than half of the Edison ultimates. Reaper ult's okay. It usually doesn't get value. Now it's going to get a 5k in the next fight, if they somehow get it. As he gets immediately stunned and killed. That is not good for Edison. And now Winton is trying to walk it down and keep the pressure, but his team getting butchered right now by Reflex. Scared me for a second. I forgot he could fly.
Ultimate's charging.
99 in a massive rock. Good timing from Owasso. And they're going to take that first round. Nasty rock.
Score 0-1.
Let's take a look at stats if we can. It's like Christmas right now. We get this green and red. Gotta love it.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
Crush them. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective. The enemy.
So what do you think that, what do you think needs to happen so that Edison can get this point?
That needs to happen. You gotta kill this Owasso, or this Edison heal comp. The thing about Lucio Mora that is just so crappy is you have no consistency. You have no util. You don't have an ability to stay in long-term fights. Mora is not going to out-heal a Sojourn right-click. It's just too much for Mora to keep up with. Now, if you're full sending it and focusing more on the damage end, then Mora gets some value. But that is ultimately what Owasso needs to keep doing to keep the pressure onto them. The kill onto the Lucio. It is still anybody's play. We're seeing picks left and right. Tracer locking it down right now for Edison to keep them in. And finally, they're going to get enough picks to potentially win the fight, but Zarya is still alive. They're still full sending it. Now it's going to be this Juno's trying to live. It's not going to be enough. Edison's going to teleport or fly back in here and keep them in the fight.
I mean, Edison showed right there that where they are strongest is when they can run a comp, that they can run it down, they can get onto point, they can get into the back line and get that value out of the fact that they are running a relatively squishy comp that does a lot of damage. Some immediate kills coming out from the Juno as Owasso is rushing back on a point, trying to get as much value as possible. Trades going left and right. A huge grab coming out.
Meanwhile, it's getting really hype in the other room. We got two games going on at the same time, extremely close games, and comms screaming all over the place. Very big to see that Owasso and Edison just keep switching sides of point, and I think it comes down to who's getting the engagement. And whenever Owasso is taking the engagement, they have a huge chance to get that pick. Meanwhile, Edison, when they take the engagement, they're getting really solid picks.
I mean, this queen has had some insane knives. And there it is, Edison pushing onto point, getting into that back line, getting those initial kills, and then just rolling from there.
It's like a tag team. You're tagging each other in left and right. Whenever Owasso feels tired of having point, they tag Edison in. We're going to see the Kyriel, and nobody's here. They're backing completely off. They don't want to play into the Kyriel. And a big pulse bomb coming out from Sniz onto the Juno. It's just going to give Edison this fight.
I mean, they were waiting. They let Kiri ult. They let everybody walk on a point and then immediately rushed in, got those backline picks, and everything fell apart.
They let them have the space, let them use Kyriel into nobody being there, and then as soon as Tracer saw the potential, saw the goal, became a striker, went in, got the pulse, and it gave them that fight. And now Owasso going to come down to their last fight if they can't win this.
They're not going to go around. They're going to try to go down main again.
You don't want to get booped. You have a lot of good ults, though. You got to remember you have Juno ult. You need to engage it, but they don't want to engage it too early. You see Queen fully walking onto their team now. Ultimate's flying out all over the place. We're going to see the castle is going to be engaged here, and it is going to get a kill onto the Mora, and Owasso still has a chance to keep it going. And look at their ultimates. They didn't use everything. They only used about 2 ultimates to make up for that Kiri use. They still have grab. They still have Sojourn ult. Meanwhile, Edison, let's be honest, their ultimates struggle to get a lot of value. And in the final 20%, the only thing you might be able to build up is pulse bomb. And the grab is going to try to hold them. They're going to try to get those kills. And now it's going to be a game of can Edison get someone to touch sight.
And that's a team wipe.
Shock on Owasso with the grab combo. And it's just not going to be enough. And Owasso is going to take the first map of Legion against Edison.
Play of the game.
All right, and we are back with Owasso versus Edison. Owasso took that first map, and Edison picked Kings Row. If we want to, we can try to take a look at some of the previous replays that have happened in this game. We saw that this Cassidy was able to get so much value. Ooh, a little bit of lag in the replays, but there was so much value going on with Owasso being able to get up, take that point, and Edison was unable to really take it away from them. A huge, amazingly timed rock coming out from the Sigma. Yeah, Edison just rushing in, getting onto point, trying to get as much out of it as possible. Oh, and it looks like the replay is muted, so let's make sure that that's good. As we're beginning and getting ready for this next game. Switching back in right as we open up into Edison versus Owasso. Now, we saw a lot that Edison runs this really hard and really fast dive comp, so how is that going to go into this this next fight? Edison running around. Are we going to choose to go up and take the high ground, rush in from above? It looks like we are. Or not, juking him out.
We're seeing the old reliable Queen comp, but this time we're seeing a big swap onto the Edison support line. It's honestly kind of what they needed, but we're seeing the Zarya gameplay that is just sometimes a sleeper kind of gameplay to watch, but it doesn't really matter when you have a Cassidy that is playing single player in the backline and getting to kill your Kiri. Just huge kills coming out from Sniz, from Edison. Owasso getting walked on. That is the problem that you're going to run into running a Zarya comp against their Juno Brig, is the Juno speed Queen into your backline is going to be way too much for you to deal with most of the time. And it is going to end out causing you to lose people every single fight engagement.
Now, I wonder how in this choke point Edison plans on rushing in. They may need to go around the other direction.
I think all you got to do is walk payload. You want to walk that space as long as possible. And as soon as you're ready to call, you call the speed into the angle. Meanwhile, your Sojourn completely chokes, and a big Hassel is going to kill Kiri. And that is going to keep Edison playing WQ, or W key, as we love to see. This is the knife onto the ass, trying to get that extra pick.
I mean, Edison is just able to get so much value by, as you said, holding the W key.
Good old reliable W key. Gonna keep you into these fights. We're gonna see the Bob engaged here, but they're immediately gonna lose the Ashe. Bob's gonna get melted because that Juno is just gonna be way too much damage for them to deal with. And now Owasso is forced to set here on 4 ults. We see a grab, engaged, but no comms and no team ready to get value off of it. Now we're going to see even more ultimates flying out from Owasso. They're going to try to get some value. They need to get a pick or something. They're going to kill the Brig, but the Queen ult is going to engage into the backline. He's going to put too many kills in the favor of Edison, and they're going to lose another fight. This is just a roll. Owasso has no holding potential right now.
I mean, what do you think that Owasso needs to do in order to hold this last point for 4 minutes?
Locking down Sigma, again, is an interesting comp. It has done some great work for them in the past, but it also hasn't. I'm going to be honest, running this Juno Brig has really helped Edison to the point where Owasso needs to start trying to pick this cast on the side, getting some good stuns to keep them into the fight.
The Sigma Rock might get what they're looking for. But meanwhile, they're finally going to get some kills. And they're going to fight out with that Kyriel. Even though the Kyriel looks blue, I swear to you guys, that was Owasso's ultimate. And we're going to see them walking up, trying to get some space here, getting a pick to potentially stagger them. If you're Owasso, you got to play careful, but you need to play up to apply the pressure. You don't want to hand space for free, especially in this comp. As soon as their Juno ring goes down, you need to be thinking about how you want to use your Juno ring if you have one. But interesting enough, also doesn't have that speed anymore, and a big boop is going to come out from Edison. That's just not what you want when you are on Owasso. Not able to get the rock off before the castle is engaged. We're seeing Cass try to land a shot here to get a kill to stagger them out. Not going to be enough. And now they're going to have to play back for a second and engage with the Sigma ult against Venture. Almost Juno ult, almost Queen ult. Doing fantastic. Sigma ult looks like it gets Brig, but that's just not what you need here. You need to get something a little easier to kill. Picks coming out from both sides here, but Edison walking it down with an excellent time of 2 minutes and 48 seconds. What did you think of that last round? I mean, the Christmas color fight right now that's going on, blue and green, or red and green, and Queen is getting all of the value in the world right now. It is just too oppressive for Owasso to deal with, and I'm not sure that Sigma is really the answer.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be a huge part of Owasso's next try is what are they going to be doing? What are they going to be thinking of when they're going on this attack? Like, are they going to wonder if Edison is going to run that same comp, which it looks like they are? How are they going to deal with the fact? Are they going to choose the same thing that Salina did and that they were able to get so much value out of, which was switching up their comp, going on something that was a little bit more dive heavy, and made that a really close game?
Yeah, I mean, again, Owasso still has big potential to do a lot of things, but I'm just not sure on this Sigma comp. I'm not seeing the vision. I think it's really hard to play a Sigma comp into now a more consistent brawl speed comp that Edison is running into. But who knows? If they can get a strong rock, get a big pick at this very beginning, then they should be able to theoretically take this first point with no real problems. But let's see. Sigma's going to walk in here and try to block Hotel. Meanwhile, they're going to speed around on the left side and immediately get a pick onto the Sojourn. That's going to cause issues because now Owasso needs to fall back. They have to regroup. They can't go in now. And playing that pincer movement on multiple sides of Statue is a great way to hold that space with this comp. And as long as they don't accidentally use their cooldowns at a wrong time, they should be able to get a pick in almost every fight sequence. We're going to see them walking the right. They call it out 3-2-1. They're going to full send it here. Venture immediately getting pressured. But as soon as the Venture gets down to 1 HP, they kill the Sojourn again. And now Edison walks it back. And they're just going to keep doing this. This is the problem that you're going to have with Sigma. Sigma doesn't have the ability to do much in a right front battle.
What do you think Owasso needs to do? What do you think they need to switch to?
Ramatra, a speed comp brawl of themselves. Walk their back line, play consistency, play a dive. Something that can just outspeed the Edison comp. Unless you're just wanting to lock down Torb Sim and you punish Venture every time she goes in, maybe you could do that too. Right now, we're seeing Owasso try to out-rotate Edison. Unfortunately, Sigma not going to have the range to snipe that far away, but notice what Edison's doing. They're giving space so they can 3-2-1 speed back in, and a big rock is going to try to slow them down, but Cass is immediately going to get kills. And that is going to be very bad for Edison. And see, it was a good play that Edison wanted to fall back and then do the 3-2-1. But they made it so predictable. You could scream in a LAN room and say 3-2-1, and I wonder when you're going to walk out. You're probably going to walk at the end of the 3-2-1. But even then, even if they didn't hear it,
very predictable that they're going to wait for their last person to pull the corner, and then you just got to time that rock. You time that rock perfectly. They have no shields, no real barriers. Besides Brig, they're not going to be able to do a whole lot.
Well, and we saw in that first game in Lijiang that the Sigma was able to time it. A big ult coming out from Queen. Can we get some picks out of it?
Lots of ultimates flying all over.
Everybody's low.
Gonna try to walk it down here. We see Edison engage the Brig ult, and people are finally falling on the Owasso side. This looks like a fight one potentially for Edison. They just need to keep it up. Queen is battling for her life in a hotel. Venture's finally gonna come back, and that's gonna be a fight one for Edison. And now they need to fall back and regroup a little bit, or go for a stagger.
Payload's moving. Someone stop that thing.
You see the Sojourn taking a peek here. Fox has been getting punished really hard this game. And it's just very unfortunate when you lose your Sojourn over and over again. It's going to cause plenty of issues. You're going to engage the Sojourn here to apply some pressure. Lots of right clicks just flying all over the place. Not quite landing anything. And immediately going to get killed by Brig. Sigma is going to full walk here and potentially kill Queen. Not a whole lot you can do about that. And Owasso's getting the value out of the Sigma comp that they want. Frontline damage. You don't need your Sojourn, because your Sojourn's dead every fight, but your Cass and your Sigma is gonna put so much pressure down main that it can outdamage Queen most of the time.
And they want to try to get this this next point, or this get up to point as soon as possible. They need as much time as they can. Ooh.
Ooh.
A big ult coming out.
And a fantastic play from Clover on the Venture. I'm glad I didn't say my previous statement. I was thinking that the Venture was kind of struggling to get some value there for a little bit, but curse me. Venture immediately. It's a huge play, but it's 2 minutes on this second section, and Edison is about to have 2 ults online. Meanwhile, Owasso, same boat, except 2 support ults versus a tank and support ult. Which one's gonna get more value? Nano's gonna be huge. The Curiel's gonna be huge. We're gonna see the Edison engagement. They're gonna see Anti and tons of different utilities being tossed all over the place. We're gonna see the Curiel also engage from Owasso to keep them in this fight. Meanwhile, Kiri's gonna die, and Owasso is gonna have to fast regroup here. Make sure they don't get staggered too hard. Meanwhile, Sojourn taking the fight with the cast isn't gonna be able to quite kill anybody, but now he's caught in the middle of nowhere. Isn't gonna be quite be able to help kill the Brig fast enough. But please carry me. He's gonna get some big picks, and they're just gonna full send it. Very well together team, Owasso here, and wow, that is the first time I'm seeing that color variant on that gun. That looks awesome. Sigma getting a lot of value, and again, his survivability and the time they spent to regroup. Not quite able to land that rock. They just need to punish this Venture as soon as she flies out. Finally gonna get killed. We're gonna see the Queen ult engaged here from Edison. This is extremely winnable. They can lock it down, but we're gonna see the Sigma ult on their whole entire back line, and it might just be too much. If the Queen can lock in. But unfortunately, Sniz is not gonna be able to land the castle that he was looking for, and Owasso gonna cap. Keep the push going. But now you got a whole other problem. You are at 1 minute and 50 seconds on hybrid. If they are unable to finish with time, Owasso's only chance is to draw the map.
Another big ult coming out.
Lots of ult.
Getting a little bit of value.
All over the place. See the cast ult. Venture's gonna choose to wake up right in front of the cast, and Reflex is gonna try to carry the team on his back and full send it in to get those kills. They want to finish with time, and there is still a lot of potential. More ults engaged. Curiel is going to be popped, but the Juno is going to get a big kill onto Cass. Meanwhile, their Cass is going to get traded. They're immediately going to lose their Sojourn. Now they have no DPS. They get a big sleep. He's going to be at 1 HP, and Sigma is still alive, but they can't keep the Curiel alive. Queen is just going to full walk it. Now they have no choice. They got to regroup and go again.
Sigma might live here. It does look like he's gonna live. 42 seconds on the clock. Owasso has to finish with a second. They even want to have a chance to win this match.
Yep, Owasso does have, at least this does have one ult right now, coming up on 2 more.
Seeing the Edison team hold from the sideline once again. Big Nade gonna come out in a huge signal, potentially gonna get them some picks, but they've just lost way too many people in this fight engagement. They're gonna have to hold Nano and probably swap Sigma. The Wrecking Ball or something that can play a little faster. 12 seconds. Now that's not what you want. Can you kill the Queen? Nano finally gonna be engaged here. It's gonna get 2 kills with 2 seconds on the clock. Will they be able to touch? They are gonna be able to touch. And they're gonna kill Venture, but I don't know if Cass is gonna make it. He does. If his team does some swaps, they run it over. There is no way for Owasso to win this map, unfortunately, but they can still tie it. They're gonna need a fast regroup. Cass is gonna have to play for his life. They're gonna walk this Queen. Big Nade. It's gonna try to kill her. Oh, what a big shot! It's gonna get Queen off the map. They gotta stay on point though. They can't lose track of what they need to do. They're gonna get the kill onto the Cassidy, and now it's gonna be Venture. But they walked the fight! And they forgot. What a fight. And that's the problem you run into running Doomfist there. You're gonna walk off point, and Edison is gonna take this map and put it up to tie 1-1 in this best of 5.
It's time.
And here we go. Back at it again. We get to see Flashpoint. Probably one of my least favorite modes, but, you know, it's Overwatch, so we live with what we have. Very quiet, very eerie. Like we're in a quiet landscape right now. It's so nature. Can't wait to see Zarya for the 20th time.
Why don't we take a look at some of the previous plays that we saw from Owasso and Edison in that last map? Let's see what we see. Some of the captures. This cast just consistently getting a lot of value coming out. Ooh, a little bit of lag for the replays.
Yeah, this cast was huge. From Edison, as well as Owasso has a very solid cast gameplay. We saw a lot of pressure coming out from this Queen, being able to full send it and get all the value in the world, and that's what they needed. And ultimately, Edison was able to blitz them while Owasso just wasn't quite able to get the point that they wanted. Now we're going straight back into the game. Owasso really far up here. Edison doing what they love to do. Hard stack the 5, get ready to call the speed. Meanwhile, got this Tracer kind of lingering in the back line. The engage in ring was already used. Let's see that Tracer get a pick, potentially. And get shut down by Sniz. And that's what you want your cast to do. And that's going to be really bad for Owasso. Now we do see Edison has that point. Meanwhile, Owasso's trying to fall back here without losing anybody. They want to take a kill if they can. Lots of low HP people here and there. Meanwhile, Zarya's going to try to walk down the Cassidy. He's going to catch him, but he's going to lose their Sojourn. Please carry me. Going to have to get another pick if they want to stay in this fight. That full charge Zarya beam is just going to lock down anyone that isn't prepared for it. Rig is going to be killed, and now Owasso is starting to gain some momentum. The power of Zarya. Walk it down, look at a laser, keep getting kills. Owasso there lost their DPS, and Please Carry Me had no choice but to work with the supports and push back that fight. Their supports were bobbing and weaving, trying not to lose to this Queen Venture comp that has just been too much for them. So good on them for surviving and ultimately leading Owasso to win that fight.
Yeah, and Owasso is going to be going into this next fight with 2 ults, immediately using a Grav.
We're going to see Grav.
And Pulse.
The down area. That's going to get an interesting kill on the Juno, but it's a left and right now. It's hard to determine who's getting kills here. Can they kill Venture? I hear someone screaming their throat out right now.
I don't think they're going to be able to speak after this, and the Queen is struggling to hit a shot. Finally going to hit that shot that they're looking for, and they're going to tag the point once again. We saw this on Control. This swap of side over and over again, and now Owasso does not have a lot of time to touch this. It's going to be up to the Tracer if they want to keep this fight going. But Tracer looks like she's on the complete opposite side. 94%, they're going to have to walk it down. And nobody touches. Tracer took the wrong fight on the sideline, and now they're not going to get to fight for that. They're going to have to reset and go for the next point.
Edison's coming into this next one with almost 4 ults. As long as the Venture can stay alive, Juno ult being engaged right on top of Queen.
But Juno ult was engaged. It's just all over the place right now. Edison and Owasso playing around the Zarya. They're both playing around their tanks, and whenever the other tank isn't able to get value, it's over. But Zarya is going to come out on top there with the Kiri Tracer.
I mean, we just consistently keep seeing this back and forth between Edison and Owasso. What do you think is going to be the main difference in who is going to come out on top?
It's the tank. I mean, we really look at it. These two tanks are playing against each other in the ultimate fight of who can get more value. Ultimately, Queen is always going to do good in the initial engagement, while Zarya has better survivability, more damage consistency onto a soft target that just appears out of nowhere. Zarya lives with charge, but they got to get back in there if they want to capitalize on it.
Brig walking into a wall.
They grab, and this is what we see just too many times, is the one team will take point while the other tags it out. Edison was done having point. They didn't want point anymore. The Brig was too busy walking into a wall to be ready.
Well, and even coming into this next fight, Edison isn't going to have any ults. Neither does Owasso, so... it's going to be down to whoever gets those first couple picks. And there are 2 from Edison, going on 3, trying to grab this Kiri.
I don't know, we've seen it time and time again. Once again, Edison got the first engagement there, and they won the fight. Owasso was done having the point. They didn't want it anymore. And now Edison has it, and it's going to be up to this last fight. Will Tracer actually get his team the touch they need, or is he going to get punished as soon as he tries to get the touch? %. Luckily, Zarya is going to be the one to touch here. The fight's going to engage. Ultimates are going to fly all over the place. The biggest thing, you got to not allow that Queen to get a lot of capitalization. But no pick has been landed yet. Zarya is in a very dire straits here. Meanwhile, the Juno is struggling for her life because the Queen is full sending her. And we're just going to see it again. Edison taking that fight.
Let's increase our pace.
I mean, it feels somewhat like the Owasso is just unable to deal with Edison rushing onto the back line on this map.
For sure. I mean, it's just such a struggle when you play Flashpoint. It's a full momentum based. When you constantly or touching and exchanging hands of point, that ult economy and the ability to full send it under the right targets. But I do believe Edison has a much stronger team coordination that Owasso just doesn't have right now.
This ends now.
Throwing out the OC and not getting much value out of it from Owasso. I mean, Edison is doing the classic. They're pulling back, waiting for everybody to get onto point before rushing back in.
But
A huge grab.
grab from Owasso, getting him through the wall. We're going to see that good old-fashioned exchange of hands. Owasso has point. And they should get it up to 50% before they even have a very strong fight going on.
Yeah. Just like they did when they were going through King's Row, Owasso saw that Edison was pulling back. They knew exactly what they were doing. They had Grav ready, and I don't think Edison thought of the fact that they were going to Grav there.
Yeah, I mean, that Grav really kind of just shot down main. Now we're going to see Edison engage their speed. Can they save their Kiri? They're going to engage the ultimate right before the Kiri dies. This fight's not lost, but never mind. I'll stop speaking. 3 people immediately dying. Zarya's not going to quite be able to do everything here. And Edison is going to take the point back. We've seen Owasso get so high percentage over and over again. But Edison always ends out capping the point. What does Owasso need to do in this next fight engagement to secure the point?
I think one big thing is that they probably need to rush a little bit faster onto the point and make sure, because of the fact that Edison is going to be rushing onto them, I think it's something where they may just need to do the same thing as Salina and run something to counter it, or run something that's the exact same. Like, it's getting those initial picks first.
Queen immediately using that ult, but dives too far, and Owasso is finally going to be able to capture a point and put a score on the board for Flashpoint.
Secure. Next, Flashpoint, Temple.
Edison rushing up onto point, using those ults, getting that space. And Edison unable to take the point with a huge Zarya grab. Grav plus OC, able to get Owasso the point. Now, can they hold it, or is Edison going to turn right back around and take the point again? Owasso needs to be careful because of the fact that Edison does have 2 ults up. Juno ult is going to be up pretty soon as well. If Owasso isn't going to play careful, they know Edison's just going to walk on them. Immediately going after the Zarya, trying to get a couple of picks. 2 ults coming out from Edison. We see the picks. They've taken the space. The point has switched hands once again. Now Owasso coming into this with 3 ults. Can they take it back? Are they going to engage with Kiri ult? Edison is sitting there waiting for them. A huge pulse bomb going off. They're unable to get a lot of value from it. Slowly but surely, trades are happening. Edison is coming out on top. They do have Kiri. Does Kiri want to use the ult here to doesn't need it, as Zarya, unable to die, is able to kill the queen and take back the point. It is now 2-2.
Flashpoint, Palace. How
is this final point going to be handled? There's 2 Juno ults. Are we going to see both of them be used in this next fight to try to take point? Or are we going to have another back and forth of one person taking the point and the other taking the other?
I mean, they love to exchange hands on these kinds of things.
Both Juno ults being used.
2-2, neck to neck. Wow. Owasso really pulling it back now.
I mean, I think ultimately when both Juno ults are being used, all things being equal, Owasso has more survivability when it comes to sitting in that ult.
The Zarya, I mean, not to mention, think about it. Zarya's cleansing his teammates every time the Queen uses ult. So though you're getting a big Queen ult, if Zarya gets a bubble on herself or gets a bubble on one of the supports that's in a weak situation, the Queen ult wouldn't matter. They might be better team consistently, but Owasso can just play the single player game on some of these characters. Grab, launched into absolutely nothing. Not gonna hit anything, but this castle is gonna be a huge pick potentially, and it keeps them in the fight. Edison looking to try to win this, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. How unfortunate, missing that kill onto the Juno. Wow. Final 20%, gonna be a run. You're gonna have to sprint it for this point. Less than 10 seconds left to touch. They should get it. They'll get the touch here.
Yeah, Queen rushing up on the point.
In. Big pulse immediately onto the bridge. Coming out from Reflex. That's what they need. They need that pick to stay into this fight. And finally, it does look like potentially Owasso is gonna finish out this map and win and continue the tradition where if it's your map pick, you're gonna win it. Owasso wins.
An absolutely close game by both teams, just going back and forth, taking the point from each other. But ultimately, Owasso is the one that came out on top. We will be right back with the next game after this.
And we're going straight into it. Owasso. This time, obviously, this is a map pick for Edison. We've always seen throughout all of these best of fives for sure, has always been whoever picked the map wins the map. Will that tradition keep going? Not sure. We'll just have to see.
I mean, especially on something like a push map, do you think that Edison has an advantage playing their very aggressive comp, being able to really dive on those backlines?
I definitely feel like Zarya is going to struggle a little bit.
A Winston?
Winton playing Winton? Now,
I think this is the first time we've seen Edison change off of their comp.
The first time we've seen a Winston, and I love watching a Winston gameplay. Winston has so much potential to block off sight lines, block the support, as well as a very strong tank against the Zarya comp. I feel like Owasso is going to struggle a little bit in range unless their Sojourn is going to be able to set up as much as they want to onto these high grounds. Meanwhile, Cass might be the only thing that is a little slow, as well as the Brig, but I think if Cass and Brig play around each other and they spot for this Sombra, they should be fine. They're going to time their dives, and this is what Edison needs because their team comp is so good at being coordinated. They're just waiting for the perfect chance to pounce on a potential kill. That time, waited a little bit too long. I think they let the Sombra do the engagement from the other team, and now they have no choice but to fast regroup. Sombra is going to try to assassinate the Brigitte, and
is able to.
Your problem there was Edison got set up. They were ready to do a dive, and then they hesitated. Nobody made a choice, and they ultimately sat there waiting for a Sombra to pounce on their team.
I'm wondering if that's something where that's the pick from the Winston, because ultimately it was the Queen that was starting those rushes with the shout. So now it's still up to Winston in order to rush in and get that dive.
Seeing this, Winston trying to force it down onto Zarya, but ultimately it's just going to be out damaged. Zarya's not really your target you want as Winston. You need to catch the Sojourn out on a slide. You need to catch this Juno off guard. Or your Brig and Cass needs to kill the Sombra.
Yeah, I'm definitely wondering what the thought process there was for that dive of choosing the Zarya instead of trying to go on any of their backlines.
Well, I think he was just down cooldowns and he didn't really know what else he could do. So he forced it down as quick as he could. And now they're going to have a big pick onto the Sojourn. As I said, Sojourn is probably one of your easier targets. As soon as Slide is gone, you're immediately going to pretty much be dead. A lot of picks coming up from the Zarya Sombra, but I don't know if it's enough, but Sombra gets a kill on the Brig, and they're still in this. Sombra's alive. Tracer hunting down the Sombra. Reflex is getting in their head. Can Edison do something against it? Finally, getting some percentage? No, they're going to have to back up and regroup because they lost most of their team. That is going to reset the close spawn, though. We're going to see the EMP engaged here, as well as the EMP, or as well as the grab. Still going to lose Sombra and Sojourn. No DPS. Kiri Winston, or Kiri Zarya versus this Winston. Both teams kind of just doing their own thing, staring at each other, waiting for their teams to regroup. We're going to see Edison on the re-engagement, finally getting some percentage that they've been wanting to get. Sombra walking right by Tracer. A huge Reaper ult from Golden. We just saw 3 ults engaged from Edison. And potentially losing their Winston. No. It's going to get out with their life. Meanwhile, Owasso has 2 very strong ultimates online. This is going to be a battle of the ults. And Pulse get more value than the Soj ult. And we're seeing that once again. Edison is going to give them the space. They want all 5 of their team in every fight because they're going to have that Tracer Pulse Bomb engaged. And that should potentially give them the win if they play it right.
Running in with Rally, getting that initial stun, unable to get the kill off of it.
We're going to see the Juno ult engaged from Owasso. Bill's flying all over the place with the Pulse. Is going to get more value than Owasso's Juno ult. And that's exactly what Edison wanted. They wanted to reset the momentum. Gave them a little bit of space to get all 5 of them into the next fight. And now they're finally going to start getting that percentage that they've been looking for.
Now, Owasso does still have the overclock as well as the Zarya ult is upcoming. They just need to try to hold out against this dive, and an immediate pick on the Juno is huge as overclock is able to get 2, but they're trading back and forth.
And Edison's gonna try to fall back and regroup. They're gaining, some decent distance, but they're just not able to hold on to that point when Owasso regroups because that Zarya and Sombra combo is just too much for them.
Two ults from Owasso coming into this next fight. Edison knows the hack was incoming.
And a grab engaged here from Owasso. I don't even feel like they really needed it. But, you're going to do what you got to do to win these fights. Now Owasso is going to be down almost every ultimate. But they're going to be back pushing, getting more advantage over Edison. Meanwhile, we look at Edison. They have Reaper ult and Pulse and Juno almost online. We'll see if this Reaper ult gets the value that they're looking for. And it does. They get the 2 kills. Now Edison needs to fast regroup and push this cart. Push this robot. And regain the momentum. I feel like you just keep sending it. You need to get this kill onto the Zarya because it's such a massive stagger. But so much of the team is here. And they're not quite able to get the kill on him. And they do end up losing 2. That's just, it's such a crush on their momentum.
And now Edison has to full regroup again.
They are coming in though with 3 ults. They do have quite a while that they need to push though. So I would assume that they want to try to win this next fight without using any ults so that they can rush in, but we're just going to see all of the ults in the world being used by Edison to try to take this point back.
And Reflex is just doing so much right now onto their backline. That Sombra is an absolute menace. They're finally going to catch him out. But this is the problem that we've seen with Edison every single time. They've lost way too many people. And what are they going to do? They're going to run away because they won't feel like they can take that fight, which is fair. They're going to have your Tracer try to hold the robot just for a little bit longer. Now they got that fast re-engagement. They'll be able to take a fight here immediately. And here it is. They're going to full send it here. Try to get a pick. But that EMP grab is just going to be too much for them. And Owasso is going to maintain the momentum.
I mean, I think that's part of the problem that you're going to see with such a squishy dive comp is the fact that they have to work together. They know that they have to work together as a team, but then they aren't able to win those individual fights.
Oh, and a massive Winston dive onto the Juno. We're going to see an ult engaged. And it is just that relatively same pattern we've been seeing throughout all these points, where when one team gets too much of an advantage, the other kicks them right off. It is still anyone's game here, but if you're Edison, you gotta be thinking about what ults you have online here. Think about what Owasso has been using. I mean, look at Owasso's ults. What do you think's about to happen in this next fight engagement?
We do also have, though, Edison does have 2 ults coming online. They can definitely get some good use out of them. Just have to pick the right targets. OC coming in from behind. And not able to get anything out of it. It was punished.
Edison finally holding down on the cart. And now you need to regroup because that robot is going to walk into the midpoint. That should buy you a little bit of time. But look at Edison's ults. We're about to see Juno ult online, as well as the Winton and the Reaper ult. Meanwhile, Owasso about to have Gravity EMP, one of their favorite combos. We're going to see the Reaper ult's going to be engaged here to take that early space. But Monkey's going to die to Zarya. That might just spell the end for them, unless Edison's Tracer can get a big pick. A huge rewind is going to send him back into the Zarya, but Tracer just cannot fight Zarya by herself. She's going to have to fast regroup.
10 seconds left.
Nobody walking cart. They don't want to walk the cart to Edison. They want to make Edison fight for it. Tracer's going to fly in here, try to get the touch. Got to make sure nobody walks off, though. But the grab is going to try to hold him back, but he was just a second too early. We're going to see ults flying all over the place. Winston trying to get his gauge, trying to get some consistency, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to see the EMP engaged, and everyone falling apart. And Owasso is going to take this series 3-1.
Victory. Play of the game.
Where we have Owasso and BA on Lijiang Tower. We've seen this map plenty of times. Let's see if we can see the same comps. Is BA going to run the ball comp? It's a great map for it. And there it is. There's the ball comp, the Mercy, the Pharah, all the same things that we have seen before. And Owasso is pulling out with a Roadhog. I think it's an interesting pick. I definitely think that the Roadhog could be good for trying to grab that Mercy out of the air, trying to grab the Pharah. All of these all of these characters that BA is playing, like Hog could definitely go really well into them.
Let's give it a bash, shall we?
Alrighty, and we're seeing the old faithful Broken Arrow Classic. Ball, Far Mercy, and this time we're going to see a Hog played into this, and it's immediately going to get some very huge picks. The thing about this, though, is you got to keep your cast alive against this Farah Mercy. Farah's going to try to one-off, and now Mercy is going to be alone on an island, and that is a very strong start for Owasso. Broken Arrow literally has ran this comp every single game, and the Roadhog, stacked with the Cassidy, is a very solid first pick here.
Well, and that's something where Owasso has had plenty of time to look at BA's games, to look at the comps that they've been running, and figure out how they're going to play against it.
We're immediately seeing a fire roll already, by the way. A 5K from Broken Arrow, and then a single flash. We didn't even get to see it on camera. That's how quickly it was. It's going to be a big kill for Broken Arrow. They're going to get point. But again, you know, if you can get your team stacked up onto point, it's all up to that hook, that initial hook to give you the pick. They're having to play really stacked because every time they try to separate, got a Tracer, Lucio, Ball that is always going to be behind you or on top of you. Cass a little alone right now. He's got to be a little careful. We're going to see Ball walking up on the back line, trying to get that kill. Is going to get the ball here, and also might have a good chance.
A little bit of lag there.
Also getting kills and a big hook onto Lucio. And that's going to be a swap of side. This time, Owasso taking the point.
Yeah, I mean, we see there that the Hog against this BA comp, BA's comp is going to be all over the place, going to be trying to dive onto back lines, and the Hog is able to look at somebody and say, no, you're coming over here instead. I mean, we just consistently see that BA is all over the place, and it is confusing to Owasso.
They're trying to pressure this Ana, but Ana is still living, but he's got to get that nano off before he dies if he wants to keep this fight going. He doesn't engage it because he doesn't feel like he needs to. Roadhog gonna get ulted out by this Farah, and the Farah is single-handedly carrying these fights right now. Of course, this Farah requires the Mercy to keep them alive. I mean, without this Mercy, the Farah would be getting pressured a lot more. And another big pick is going to land a stagger. Going to have to wait this out. Make sure they don't lose their Cassidy too early. Farah is building ultimate in less than a minute. Every single fight sequence, Farah is getting ult. Meanwhile, Owasso has been holding that nano for a little bit of time now. We're going to see the mine engagement here potentially if they don't completely mess up their grapple. Here it is. We're going to see that it...
Or they're going to mess up their grapple.
Yeah, maybe they don't want to talk about it, but that's fine. Now they're going to finally get the engagement they're looking for. And we're seeing
it looks like we do have a bit of a tech pause here, so we will... All right, and we are heading right back into the game. The Hog missing the hook on the Mercy, but Mercy's not able to go anywhere. Just kind of sitting there hoping to die. We do have 3 ults on Owasso's side. It's going to be very important to see how they use them, especially into this Farah, who is going to have ult here in just a minute. BA still has mines, is going to use them to engage onto point. Multiple ults from Owasso coming out, not getting a lot of value.
Neck to neck, but they're not able to kill that Mercy. They're just trying to survive, but this might just be it for him. Can't land the hook. That's going to be a Broken Arrow point, most likely. We're going to move into the second round. Extremely close game.
Yeah, I mean, Owasso knew that the Pharah Mercy was a problem that they needed to deal with, and it was up to the Roadhog for the most part to grab that Mercy out of the air, and he just kept missing his hooks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even know if you should run Sojourn at this point. You just need to put more pressure onto that Mercy and Pharah. So you got to land something, and there it is. We're going to see Ashe. I believe this is the first time this person has ever played Ashe. So it should be fun to see. No,
Switch right back to Soj.
right back to Soj.
No, I mean, I do agree. I think Ashe might be the better pick here. I mean, you've got the Cass, but if they're at any sort of distance, Cass has a lot of fall off, isn't going to be able to really get that.
Yeah, but
pressure
also
on
you got to think too, being able to get out of fights. I'm not really sure that Ashe is going to be able to do a whole lot from getting out of fight. We're gonna see Ball looking for the engagement. We've seen a lot of drunk driving from this this Ball player, which is essentially whenever you just smack into the wall 4 times, not really do anything. But Boss Tiger gonna get a big kill on the Shocks, and it's gonna cause Owasso to have quite a bit of issues.
The Sojourn immediately getting punished by Pharah.
I feel like we've seen the level of ball gameplay decrease by each game. But even though it's decreased so much, it doesn't really matter because we see this Pharah Mercy getting all the value in the world.
My armaments are ready.
Rains from above.
Alrighty. Just see a very big fight coming up.
Let's take up.
Yeah, huge grab coming out.
Huge grab. He's gonna land for them. He's gonna get that kill onto Mercy, but they gotta keep the Zarya alive. And a nasty kill onto the Cass. Finally, Owasso's gonna exchange hands and take the point. Pharah still online here, really low HP, but he misses every single shot. And Pharah's gonna come right back in here. What a choke.
This airspace is fixed.
I mean, this Pharah Mercy combo is just aggressive. If you're Owasso here, I mean, what are you going to do in order to counter it?
I mean, you punish the Mercy down, but you just can't miss those shots. You can't let the Pharah get away and then just regroup, because Mercy's immediately just gonna fly back. This constant pocket onto the Pharah is just too much for all these teams to deal with, and nobody has a good answer for it. Meanwhile, Wrecking Ball still getting a lot of pressure, even if he's not doing things half the time. It's a very, very unfortunate round for Owasso, and we'll have to go back into this next round very shortly.
All right, and we are heading right back in. BA versus Owasso. This time, a brand new map, Midtown. I don't think we haven't seen Midtown yet. So it'll be definitely very interesting to see how BA and how Owasso play in Midtown. This is Owasso's pick, which is going to be very important. We've had a nice record of those who pick the map are the ones to win. Do you have any idea why Owasso would pick Midtown here?
You know, I talked to both of the teams, and Owasso was really between Kings and Midtown. In my opinion, I don't think Broken Arrows Kings is that good. I think if it comes down to a brawl, if another team is better at brawl, they could probably beat them on it. But they wanted to pick Midtown, I think, because they wanted to see some different scenery, to be honest with you. When it comes down to Broken Arrow, we're finally not going to see a ball comp, which is still weird to me because Midtown actually is a very solid defense for ball. And that whole first section is very good for Wrecking Ball. But we'll see how the Sigma does. Sigma v Zarya. Can the Sigma continue the same value with this Pharah Mercy?
Pharah is hacked. Are they able to get the damage out? It doesn't look like it.
Trying to put that pressure onto the Pharah Mercy. But Sombra way too locked in on the wrong targets. Meanwhile, Juno Kiri is going to try to keep each other alive in the back line. It's all over the place. They don't have a set target, and they can't quite get the kill that they're looking for. Keep getting people low, but unless they get a kill here, they're just kind of sitting around. Sigma's going to full walk here, get the rock off, but it is not going to be able to hit anything. Meanwhile, Sigma continuing to hug the Zarya here. Finally, a pick is going to come out onto Owasso, but trades are flying all over the place. You got to remember, Mercy is still online and is going to get that res onto the Pharah. Zarya and Sombra against the world. They need to not lose to this Pharah, and is finally going to get ego checked by the Zarya. And that's going to be a good point for Owasso. Got to be honest, the Sigma wasn't it. Then again, it was a Zarya matchup. Not the best matchup for Sigma, but I don't feel like it got the value they were wanting to. Sigma spent more time in a hug match rather than doing much. Finally, we're going to get some good picks from this Sigma. He's going to apply that pressure. He also has Flux. Right now, they're just trying to prevent them from walking through the main door, holding the space for as long as possible. Now that door is going to close. They're going to get to play these two different angles. I think if you look at what kind of teams that we have right now, the Zarya requires to be able to walk in, and if they keep pushing them in these chokes, it's going to be too much for some of these squishies to walk past. Just stagger after stagger.
And look at this, Owasso is coming up on 5 ults. Like
They gotta
really
use
just need to
something if
push.
they want to make something work.
Yeah, they just need to get past.
Waiting a second, getting ready to go in, but Sojourn is dead again. Now your Sombra's dead, and you just gotta wait. And now that whole advantage of 5 ultimates led to nothing, because now Broken Arrow has the same thing.
I mean, it's just a stalemate of who is able to get that first pick. I mean, BA just really needs to stand there, but it's Owasso that needs to push in and get that initial pick.
Did I scare you?
Any day now, we're going to see something interesting. We're going to see the Pharah engaged here. Luckily, the Sombra ult is going to be able to assist them, but this is still an insanely quick fight. Meanwhile, I'm watching my camera director stare at dead people. Finally, we're going to see some movement here, and it looks like Broken Arrow wins another fight.
I'll have to find a better way to engage.
Broken Arrow did use 4 ultimates in that fight, where Owasso used 3. Gonna be up to a very solid grab and a flux to not kill them. Putting the pressure. Now they're gonna get that grab off. Immediately probably gonna flux into this. It is still a very precarious situation, but luckily Owasso was able to pull out enough kills, and Sigma didn't want to commit. Now we're gonna see that reset. You do have OC online for Owasso. Zarya walking down this Ash, gets him down to 1 HP, but not quite able to get the kill. Meanwhile, Sigma's going to try to peel. right now. They're getting a lot of payload percentage with nobody stopping them, but this Soj needs to not die from the backline, and they're going to get a big kill onto the Ash. This gives Owasso the opportunity they needed, but we're going to see that Flux. It's going to land on one person, and Mercy rezzing for the 50th time. Finally, Farah's immediately going to get punished, and it is just a bloodbath right now. The Mercy Sigma against the world, and finally is going to get punished. Have we found a map that Broken Arrow isn't quite too familiar with? Got Cass peeking here, trying to get that value with the Zarya, but you want to be careful here. You don't want to run out of bubbles and be forced on a fallback. Cass drops down to 1 HP. We see this far ult that we've seen a million times. And the castle engaged. It's an unfortunate switch of ults. Not really worth. And now Owasso has to fall back and regroup. 2 minutes on the clock. Very solid offense here. Broken Arrow is getting carried by their Pharah Mercy. Zarya on the fast regroup here. Getting ready to walk in. Build some charge. A very interesting carry ult, in my opinion. But we do see grab online. Kinetic Grasp was used, but they need to keep their Sojourn alive. Now we're going to see the grab, and it's absolutely massive. But you got to make sure that Mercy isn't just going to walk in and res. You want to keep the pressure going. 3 people on cart if you can. And keep it walking it down. Broken Arrow has their golden ult, as always. And 3 others. Like, so many ults for Broken Arrow. If they stagger them, they could easily have an ult advantage into the next fight. But Farah messes up, but nobody punishes the Mercy res. Finally, Reflex walks it in, kills Mercy, kills the Farah, and now Owasso just needs to kill the Bob without losing everyone. Do they have enough time? And Tracer is going to get the touch. But we're going to see Juno engaged from Broken Arrow, and this looks like the end for Owasso's push. Unless they can keep the Zarya alive. High Noon is going to be engaged. It is very winnable. He's just got to keep holding the High Noon. And he's going to get the ball, the swap, and Reflex gets the play to win the round for Owasso.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
What a round. What a round indeed. What are your thoughts going through your head after what you just saw? Like, what do you think that really pushed Owasso to get that done?
I mean, I think that Owasso really was Owasso was pushing in, using their ult economy. They were making sure that they were keeping things up. I think BA had their ults pretty consistently as well, but they weren't getting a lot of uses out of them. Owasso knew and was, it looked like, was keeping track of those ults to make sure that we, like, especially with this Farah Mercy combo, that they're watching, making sure they go, Farah has ult, we need to watch out for it, and they punished. BA tried to keep doing the same thing that they had been doing this entire time, and they got punished for it. So I'm wondering, and I'm waiting to see if they are going to continue to get punished.
I don't know. We're seeing the classic Broken Arrow Tigers comp. I've seen this game before.
5, 4, 3.
Yeah, the question is, even though this ball comp is going to be fairly good for this map, is Owasso going to be able to counter it? I mean, they essentially know what BA is going to be playing.
see Ball locking it down, just kind of spinning around and getting the disruption value, but they are able to kill Lucio. This is the thing. Can a strong, solid, survivable team outlive the Wrecking Ball dive team? And what do you know? It's Mercy Rez. Fars back into the fight. Doesn't really matter if he gets punished for flying terribly. He's just gonna get rezzed. And that's going to be Broken Arrow taking point very quickly. That's going to put their time at a very high level.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
So Owasso lost that first point pretty quickly. What do you think that ultimately they need to do to change it up in order to hold this point? Because they've got to hold for quite a long time.
We got to punish the Mercy Rez. The amount of times that they kill this Pharah and nobody punishes the Mercy. It's just horrific, and it's causing them to lose so many fights. Meanwhile, every time Owasso comes back to an engagement and gets one pick, Ball comes back and it's like, where are we? What's going on? Because Ball is just playing single player. Gonna go for an engagement here for the heck of it. Gonna be able to get out with absolutely free value. Nobody just stopped it. Now, what Broken Arrow is doing, regrouping, getting ready for a big pick, and that's what they wanted. Meanwhile, Tracer walks into the grab! What an insane grab from Owasso! I guess Broken Arrow doesn't have a headset. They just didn't see what was going on there.
That was some fine work.
Owasso does have 2 ults coming into this next fight, but BA has the same. And Pharah, we know, can build ult in just 0.5 seconds. So it is up to how Owasso is going to hold, and a huge pick on the Mercy. Reflex holding the ult, trying to at least get something out of it. It looks like for the first time we are going to see a swap off of that Pharah. I think Owasso, especially Reflex, sitting here, has been ultimately punishing the Mercy and the Pharah for overextending quite often. So I think they realized that they had to change it up in order to get that push. Because Owasso is holding. Some big picks coming off from BA, but Owasso trying to get the trades in. It's 2 minutes left on the clock. Not a lot of room to hold for 2 minutes.
This ends now.
And the kill on both the DPS and the Mercy, trying to get this Lucio, not able to hit a shot. I mean, it seems like Owasso has learned. They've learned that they need to kill the DPS, and then they need to kill the Mercy before the Mercy can res. Castle coming out, getting that kill on the DPS. Mine's getting so much value from BA. And they are going to take this point. There is not a lot of room left, not a lot of wiggle room left. If Owasso loses one more fight, they might be in trouble. There's 2:40 left on the clock. We're gonna see a BA switch to Rhine for this inside part, finally. Oh, and a Roadhog coming out from Owasso. Reflex trying to go off to the side, get a couple of picks, but is unable to, just getting punished for going off. And there it is, the Mercy res. You've got to make sure that you get behind. I mean, granted, there's a Rhine shield, but nothing's going to happen if you can't get rid of the Mercy. Rhine just switched and is already 80% for Shatter. Although Owasso does have Juno ult that they can use into it. A minute 30.
Just what. Good to see you.
Rhine Shatter available. Oh, and a huge Shatter. But he is not going to be able to get out of it because Cass coming out with the ult in order to save his team as Owasso is able to pick BA apart. "45 seconds left on the clock. BA has one more chance to get in, touch the point, and push. But Owasso has two ults. One of the big ones is going to be Hog. If he can stay up, he can use his ult to keep people off of the point. You then have Overclock as well, going off to the side, trying to get some kills. Cass tried to go up to high ground, but was pushed away. Hog using his ult, trying to keep people off of point. They swapped to Ramantra, but is it going to be able to do anything? 5 seconds left. Picks coming out from Owasso. All they need to do is kill the Ramantra. Mercy coming in, probably going to try to get a res. Oh, Tracer's there, able to at least get a touch. You're gonna see a pulse. Unable to get anybody, and that is going to be Owasso's point. Owasso BA 1-1. We will be right back. All right, and we are back with BA versus Owasso. 1-1.
3, 2, 1.
Plenty of comms coming in from the other room. Again, this is the semifinals for the upper round. Whoever wins this goes on to play in the grand finals. Whoever loses goes down to the lower bracket and losers finals. It is still anyone's game. We do see BA with that same exact comp. We see the ball, we see the Pharah, we see the Mercy. Owasso knows the plan. Owasso knows how BA plays, so how are they going to play against it? We have not seen a pick yet. All right, we get that first pick off from BA. And multiple more follow as BA is able to get those important picks in that back line. to leave just Ramatra behind, and BA is going to be able to keep the point. We're already at 60%. Owasso needs to make sure to hurry onto point if they want to get this. We're coming up on a couple of ults for Owasso, but BA does have that coveted Pharah ult. I mean, I feel like at this point they're just going to walk right into that Pharah ult if they're all trying to huddle around this corner. Yeah, and Owasso is just unable to do anything against BA here. I mean, they need to do a switch or something. They need to make sure that they're taking care of this Pharah Mercy. BA having 4 ults, coming up on 5. They're just flexing on Owasso at this point. Pharah sitting up here waiting. As soon as they walk the corner, she's ready to ult them. No Kiri TP there in order to get away. This is seeing a couple of ults used, and there it is. And finally, Owasso is able to come in and start getting some picks. Owasso's been able to hold this point pretty well. BA's trying to push in on them and get those picks, but Owasso just needs to hold steady. Yeah, Juno ult is going to be engaged. A great damage boost and a wonderful hook from Hog here. Trying to get rid of the Mercy before the res. Beautiful. We do still have mines, but isn't going to use it. And that is going... Unless we can get a touch, that is most likely going to give Owasso that point. Owasso and BA looking relatively the same as far as ult economy, though.
Look what we've achieved.
BA doesn't want to play far anymore, apparently, swapping over to the Sojourn and immediately getting a bunch of picks out of it.
Roadhog, and that Roadhog comp, and that Owasso loves to run. And big thing to realize, it is 1-1. What's the neck right now? Also just needs to keep playing consistent. Broken Arrow has a one-trick Wrecking Ball player that can shut down the Wrecking Ball and keep that DPS lineup from putting the pressure. They can keep this play going. And a big hook onto the Lucio. See the hook onto the ball. Fortunately, they're not going to be able to do enough damage that would really scare the Wrecking Ball. They're going to try to catch him on the side now. He's kind of just dancing around the Roadhog. Sojourn stuck at 1 HP, getting ready to use that ultimate, and ult is going to be engaged with the hook. He's going to try to put the pressure, and please carry me. He's going to kill him, but we're going to see the beats. He's going to try to get the Mercy right, and it's going to be stopped by the Roadhog. But you got to get a kill. You got to see something. We don't see the Roadhog ult being engaged because they believe they can win this without it. What an insane counter from Please Carry Me. What a fight. That is the fight that they are looking for
They're going to try to get an early pick onto the Lucio, but Sojourn is going to get killed on Owasso's side, and now they're in a precarious situation because mines are available. They're going to hold it, and now Owasso's going to have to fast regroup and hopefully not stagger here. Roadhog's not going to be able to get out of that. 65%. Going to be pretty hard to get a Roadhog all the way to point in less than 30. You're going to need somebody to select the touch here, and they don't really have anyone to do it. 10 seconds on the clock. They just have to walk.
This ends now.
Pulse is completely missed. Roadhog gets onto the point. The Tracer is killed. It's anyone's game. Lucio is killed. Mines are going to be engaged. Kiri's going to try to survive into the back line. Meanwhile, Sojourn's going to have to back off for a second. It is still anyone's fight. Roadhog is just trying to live, but he can't land the hook onto the Surge. Extremely low HP. His team is trying to keep him alive. It is a battle of who can kill the tanks, and a big hook onto the Tracer, but the Roadhog is going to be killed. And Owasso is just in a very bad situation here. And Broken Arrow is going to take the point. Roadhog got boxed in there. The mines were engaged, and it was just too much for them. And now it's 2-1. Roadhog's back, looking for that hook. Big hook onto the Tracer, and that's going to be a nice kill. But they need to make sure they don't get booped here. They're going to walk and take that space. High Noon is available. We are going to see a pause real quick. We'll be right back.
Flashpoint unlocked.
2-1, Owasso does have point here. And Broken Arrow's going to need to regroup after their Tracer died and somehow crashed the game. Gotta love to see it. At least it was her over everyone else. Everyone's going to have to regroup here and get ready to go for a re-engagement. Lucio trying to get that front line damage. We're going to see a big kill onto the Juno. Even though Juno ult was used, we have Castle also engaged.
Cybernetics regulator.
Broken Arrow's going to kind of walk off here. Lucio, or Mercy, 1 HP. And they keep Reflex alive. They can't. Ball's going to come back here, but Lucio is going to get traded for the cast. Ball's going to do an engagement. Try to get this Sojourn killed. Wrecking Ball. Not going to be able to be killed. Really low in the back line. But Roadhog against the world. Is going to get the hook onto the Wrecking Ball, and he's going to get the kill that they need. Owasso is looking to close this out, but Broken Arrow hasn't given up yet. There's no rewind. And that's going to be that point for Owasso. What a hook! It's a Lucio on the wall run, and it's 2-2. Neck to neck.
Another one!
I'm here.
And now, if you're Broken Arrow, you need to start thinking about some swaps here. You're ultimately getting caught out by this Roadhog from Owasso. This is the last fight, or the last point. Neck to neck here, but Broken Arrow has plenty of ultimates to win an engagement. Wrecking Ball is going to make an engagement onto the backline to get Kiri. The cleanse is going to keep him alive just barely, but can they stay alive? They are able to get the kill on the Juno and Sojourn, giving them that early fight, but Wrecking Ball is killed here. It's not completely over for Owasso, assuming they don't res. They pop the castle to stop any, and Mercy is going to be killed. And what a big counter.
I mean, this Roadhog's hooks have been absolutely insane, allowing him to get so much value, killing all of those characters, and then Reflex off in the background, one-tapping everybody. Owasso able to take the point. This is the last one. If they are able to win this point, they will go 2-1 and potentially be able to take the win from Broken Arrow, who thus far has gone completely undefeated. 2 kills, 3 kills coming out from Sojourn. Just unable to kill the Hog. Finally, BA is able to take back the point. They're sitting at 30%. Owasso has some time to regroup, get back on a point, especially with 2 ults. I think BA definitely needs to be wary of the Roadhog, especially because of all of these god tier hooks that he's been getting. Masoj is immediately taken out. So is the Kiri, getting pushed off of point. And Ball almost has ult.
A big hook is gonna kill Wrecking Ball. And Owasso is gonna stay in this fight, but the Soj ult is gonna be engaged. 96%, and then Ball is gonna get rezzed. I don't know if Owasso can really do anything. They're gonna get the touch, but I just don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch it. Broken Arrow closes out the map.
Play of the game.
But now you gotta play push. If you're Owasso, you gotta be really thinking hard. What's the game plan here? You need a very solid map to get a win. With Broken Arrow, I feel like the comp was a great idea. Now we just need to see where they want to play it.
All right, and in we go to the third map. Map 4 of BA and Owasso. Colossia, we have seen this map plenty of times. It's a great map. And once again, we see the exact same comp from Broken Arrow. The only thing they're missing is a Farah.
That's right, big man. It's the 1880s all over again.
We have once again consistently seen that those who are picking the map are usually the ones who end up winning. So we'll see Owasso picked Colossia, and we'll see how they do against it. We do see the Sigma comp. I'm wondering what their plan is when they're going in against BA here. They know that the Mercy and the DPS is going to be a problem. And that Sigma's not really going to be able to do anything against Ball except stun him forever. Make me eat my own words over here. Yeah, Owasso able to get plenty of picks here, push everybody back. Instead of a Cass or a Farah for that upfront damage, they switched over to an Ashe. It doesn't look like they're able to get too much out of it. Sigma looking to lock down this Ball. Just holding that front area. Do have a Bastion in order to try to send some damage down the field. Catches Lucio with a grenade. Tracer's coming in from behind and able to get that pick. BA is pushing forward.
Anyone notice they took our lead? Let's pick it up.
Draw strength from
Barrier initialized.
the barricade's moving. Keep up.
Owasso immediately being put on the back burner as this Tracer is just able to walk behind them and get so much value. We haven't seen a lot from the Bastion on Owasso. I'm wondering if it is the correct choice here, especially because most of the rest of the team, other than I would say Ash and probably Mercy, who's going to stick on them, are just going to be in the back line. Everybody else is going to be running around, and it's going to be hard for Bastion to keep up. A great stun going out, forcing the ball to run away. Owasso does have Juno ult and Kyrie ult to go into this next fight. It's going to be huge if they can get a couple picks here. But they are just unable to deal with this Tracer in their backline. Cass finally able to push the Tracer away, but only for a second. And once again with another pulse bomb, aiming to try to get a good pick. And Owasso is just kind of getting walked on for this. I mean, Owasso has one more chance here, maybe two, in order to try to get this push back. They need to take control of the point. They need to get a couple of picks, specifically on this Tracer. That Bastional coming out, trying to make space. Nothing's happening with it though. Fury ult being engaged, trying to push forward. Bastion dead in the back line once again by this Tracer. Owasso is just unable to do anything against Broken Arrow right now. And it looks like a very quick fourth game is going to give Broken Arrow the undefeated streak going on to the grand finals.
Play of the game.
And Broken Arrow was just consistently pushing, and Owasso had no answer to any of their backline damage. And that ultimately caused their defeat. We will be right back, going down to the lower bracket for round 3 semifinals. And then we will see Owasso once more in the lower finals. Alrighty, and here we are with Booker T versus Owasso, the losers finals.
Ready for battle.
We have gone through the entirety of the lower bracket, and Booker T, who lost their initial match in round 1, has fought their way up to losers finals, which is going to be a best of 5. Now we see Booker T running the hog comp into this map. Owasso running that Sigma that we saw them run against BA. Hopefully they have a little bit better of a time against Booker T with it. Booker T kind of split up right now. Just trying to get that initial pick on Owasso. We are seeing a Pharah Mercy comp on a team that is... And a huge hook coming out from Hog. Unable to get the kill though. Both teams just waiting for someone to get that initial pick. Ooh, and it's going to be Sigma. Farah coming in with an ult from behind, able to get those other couple of picks, especially plus the nano. And that's going to give Booker T enough time to get quite a bit of percentage here. Owasso has all 5 ults coming into this next fight. You need to make sure that they're timing them properly, getting a lot of value out of them. I mean, especially in such a close quarters, this should be the perfect place to walk out and get a really nice signal.
And we are going to see the High Noon engaged. Owasso starting to walk in with that Sigma Cop, and what a rock onto the Mercy.
We did also watch Sojourn attempt to use ult and immediately get hooked and killed, getting absolutely no value out of it.
The Roadhog versus Sigma is a definitely very interesting matchup. It's about pressuring that Farah Mercy. You can't let that Farah get the off angle. They are going to get a hook onto the Sigma, and he's going to be kind of done for. Not a lot they can do there. But Cass just ego rolls right into him. Meanwhile, Sojourn gets to the nano and wakes up the sleeping Roadhog. He kind of knows that he's going to die, but he kills the Farah. He gets good damage onto the Ana. Sojourn knew he was going to die, but might as well take a few. The shield was just unfortunately not going to be there to stop the shot from the Roadhog. And now we are neck to neck. See the Sigma going to be engaged here. Isn't quite going to get anything, and is going to be just a waste of an ultimate. They're going to try to peel and kill the Roadhog, but they got to make sure no res happens here. Everyone low HP. Mercy is going to try to flee and help the Reaper get out. 90%. Got to be careful about getting hooked here. Does get away with it. Gonna have to run away a little bit. Roadhog looking for that hook. It is gonna get blocked. It all comes down to a fight like this. Sojourn's gonna engage the ultimate. Farah gets the kill, but we are gonna see the Mercy get traded. Cannot hit that shot on the Farah. 91%. Owasso's not looking good. Can Sigma get on the point and get the touch? Yes, he can, but we see this Reaper ult is online. Flux is gonna get taken. But now we're gonna see that Reaper ult. It's like a bronze 3 Reaper ult if I've ever seen one. Still looking for it. But honestly, the team's already killed so many people. And they're gonna finish that fight out. And Booker T takes the round. What do you think Owasso did wrong there? I liked the Sigma pick, but it just looked like their utilities, the getting hooked by Booker T, it was just too much for them most of the time. And once again, Farah Mercy is a nightmare for Owasso.
Yeah, we're consistently seeing that even though Owasso at this point knows how to deal with the Farah Mercy, which they showed while they were playing with Broken Arrow, they understand what they need to do, but it's the actual doing it that matters. And they're not really getting back and actually, at least with the Roadhog, like getting those hooks on the Farah Mercy, or in the case of Reflex, going in and taking care of them with that hit scan.
It's a battle to get your second DPS to get the value that you're wanting. Now we're getting the Roadhog v Roadhog.
Maywall engaged here from Booker T. Gonna try to get the hook kill onto the other hog. It's not gonna be enough. But Sojourn finally getting the kills that they're desiring. Picks left and right for Owasso. And that's gonna be their point. Now that's the kind of value you want from your DPS players. And ultimately, that's what's gonna decide this game. Roadhog looking for the hook.
Roadhog v. Roadhog. Who's going to get their hook first?
Oh, he gets his hook before the other, but the nade is going to cause issues for both teams. And ultimately, OJ is not going to be able to get out of that one. Another amazing hook from Owasso, and Cass locking it down onto that Pharah. Mercy is going to try to get out of here. 45%.
Far ult going out, getting a kill and killing herself, I think?
It does look like that. We see Owasso, 5 ultimates on the board. Meanwhile, Booker T looking to have about 4 into this last or next fight.
I mean, both of them are in a great place to both hold and protect. It's just going to be up to how Owasso wants to take this, because they've got plenty of time. We're only at 20% here.
Checking in.
I'll make it worth your while. Taking care of you.
Let the Kitsune guide you. It's
A lot of ultimates are going to be engaged here.
Yeah, both hog ults.
But that hog ult from Booker T just got so much value. But the nade is going to try to get the kill, and they're going to trade Roadhog. This May ult is going to spell problem. And what do you know? The Mercy res.
Efficient design at work.
That fight, really, OJ getting that Roadhog ult through the carry ult was huge. Super well played, as Cassidy is saying. Roadhog trying to get a sneaky hook, but doesn't want to get hooked himself. Here we go. We're going to see this fight once again. Nade is going to be used from Owasso. There's that hook. And then Nano did not land on the person that they wanted. Meanwhile, Cass is kind of playing this long angle, and his team just isn't doing anything with the space. A nice kill from Cass, but this might be the last fight. Cassidy locking in, not giving up on a half HP.
They took so long to kill the Cass.
And his teammates were not capitalizing on the space he made, but it's not over. Please Carry Me is here to carry if he can live. He gets the Surge, but he's going to trade with his other Sojourn. And now Mercy's back in the fight to get the res. And that looks like Booker T is going to wrap this one up, potentially. And it's too much. And that's going to be first map. Booker T.
Play the game. Ready for battle.
I hope those who
All
died
right,
defending
and
this
we
place
are
have
back
found
with Booker
peace.
T and Owasso. Second map, Eichenwald. A new map, something we haven't seen yet. Definitely going to be interesting, a fun thing to watch.
Particle cannon online. Let's run them over. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
All right, and here we go with Booker T on the attack. We still see that Roadhog really wants to get some really good hooks. Misses the first one though. Owasso getting a great pick to start. Booker T, sorry. Yeah, getting that pick on the Mercy. Now they're able to push forward. Hog just missing, catching Reaper in the middle of a May wall. It looks like Booker T is going to get the point. Owasso does not want to try to touch here.
Stop the payload.
We can't let them keep pushing. Stop that payload.
I mean, they're definitely wary of the Hog now. Don't want to let him get any of those hooks. Pull anybody out of line.
Thanks for the help.
Yeah, Mercy able to get the res out. Sojourn holding a hard angle. Ooh, and is able to get a pick on the other one. Are we going to see an ult usage here? I think, yeah. We're at least going to see the Nano coming out.
Two down. Cybernetics regulating.
Missed most of the right clicks, but at least was able to get those kills. Hog does not want to let Zarya get away. I mean, Booker T is just making so much space. They're consistently pushing forward. A grab, but a May wall is blocking it. They weren't able to go in. Some great kills coming out of Owasso, getting that usage out of OC. Booker T has made plenty of space so far. Just needs to push up a little bit further. They're throwing out plenty of ults, not really able to take the space, just pick after pick. Owasso is holding pretty strong here. We are about to see another Nano. We have Nano on both sides. One does have OC though. Yeah, and there it is. But how much are we going to get out of it? There's one, there's two. A third, and then a fourth by OJ is able to give Booker T enough room to push forward. Zarya jumping down, maybe was trying to make that jump, or was just jumping down so that they could regroup afterwards.
Make it worth your while. Area denial.
Owasso may have a chance to touch here if they want to try to contest. Looks like they will. A grab coming out, getting a lot of... And Hog pushing them off of the point. 0.01 meters. All they need to do is have him step off for a second. May rushing in to touch the point. And a Reaper ult. They do not want to let Booker T get that 0.01 meters. Okay.
Area denial.
So sitting up top with the OC.
Just what I was looking for. Dodge this.
Was waiting for May to come out of ice. We do see that we are going to have a Kiri ult. We've got Mercy ult and another Soj ult on Booker T's side. It's just about who's gonna go in and make that first play and get that first kill. All right, the Kiri ult, they're pushing forward. OC not able to get anything. Ooh, and a nasty sleep by Ana is going to make that OC not get any value there. Sojourn did not like that the May did that. All right, Booker T can re-engage with almost 5 ults. Are we going to see another OC nano here? It got them a lot of value last time. If they can try to go around, which it looks like they are, coming in from the back line. And gets one. Ooh, just misses the other and falls into the pit. And a huge grab comes out. The Mercy revive. Getting that healer back up. A great hook. They're just falling one after the other. Pulling out of the Reaper ult. This hog and the pulls have been insane. All of these games that we have seen from Booker T. All right, we're getting into the final push. Owasso also switching to the hog, trying to match hog for hog, but is caught behind the May wall. They aren't able to get the kill. Soj waiting for them to pull around the corner to pop that OC. Is gonna have a Soj off, loses. Maywall pushing forward, allowing them to stay on point longer, trying to keep everybody back. And once again, we have Nano. And the trade of the Sojes. OJ throwing out the hog ult in order to make space. We've got Kiri ult for the engage, but it's just not going to be fast enough. And Booker T is going to complete the round.
0-3, switching sides. Initiating match.
We saw that Owasso swapped right there at the end to try to match the hog v hog. And I honestly think they either probably should have stayed Zarya or they probably should have gone something else sooner. I think that it was fairly obvious from the beginning that the Zarya wasn't necessarily working. They needed to make a change, they needed to make a swap, and they didn't do it fast enough. So I think in this next one, especially on defense, especially on attack, Owasso needs to figure out what their game plan is and push hard.
Systems online, weapons ready.
We're going to see an Orisa comp coming in from Owasso on this attack. It's going to be interesting because Orisa will give them that space to use spin, push forward, and get that initial bit on the on this first point, because it is very hard to push past this choke.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Booker T with the classic hog comp. All hog needs to do is get a really good pull Yeah, Owasso waiting for Orisa to do that first engage onto the Hog. A huge sleep by Ana, stopping the Orisa in her tracks. Yeah, and Owasso has to spend a second regrouping. Hog just throwing those traps out. It's great for slowing them right at that corner so that they can get a lot of value out of it. And Sojourn is able to just sit here on the back line. Nobody's contesting it. Getting so much damage, so much ult charge. Already has ult going into this fight. Orisa ult is able to get the kill on the Ana. That's huge. Pushing forward, keeping the Mei off point long enough. All they have to do, get rid of the Mercy. I definitely think it was the right choice to swap. Orisa was a great choice from Owasso, giving them the ability to push up onto point to get that value. And now they're going to have three ults almost coming into this next fight, this long push, which is going to be great for Ana. Gives Ana a lot of room to maneuver. Now from Booker T, we are going to see that Hog is getting really close to ultimate. They need to get a couple of good hooks, but Genji unable to blade because the Ana snipes him with the sleep. And the pull from the Hog. The Orisa goes flying. Booker T showing the same reasons why with this Hog. All they need to do is pull that tank or pull one person out of line and the rest of the team will just fall apart. I mean, this comp relies on Orisa being the one to push forward and to do those initial engages. And without Orisa, they just don't have enough tankiness. Genji hiding behind the Mei. Owasso came up with a plan. They made some swaps, and they are being aggressive. They are pushing forward, and Booker T, I guess, wasn't ready for it. I think Booker T here needs to figure out what they need to change. They're winning fights, they're getting kills, but they're just not stalling long enough. They're not keeping that point from moving. Genji has ults. I don't think he needs to jump in just yet. He might want to wait. Ana is going to have Nano. We might see a Nano Blade here fairly soon. But last time, Booker T just shut down the Genji when Ana was able to get a nasty sleep. Let's see if they can get it off once more. Booker T has 4 ults versus Owasso's. Nano coming out with the OC. 1 kill on the Ana before the Nano. Another one on the Kiri. Both supports are down. Gonna get speared and stalled out of the OC. Has done so much damage, gotten so many kills that it's gonna force Owasso back. Owasso still has plenty of resources and able to push forward. They've got 3 minutes 25 seconds. That's plenty of time. They just need to regroup, use some ults, get those kills, and push forward. They do not have much left to get this to 3-3 so that we go into overtime. Let's see the Nano Blade here. There it is, the Nano Blade pushing forward. There's one getting out of the freeze. The sleep misses. That's 3 kills going up. They got to get rid of this Hog. This Hog is going to stay alive forever. Wonderful, wonderful kill. A great stagger on the Mercy. Booker T is fighting back with all they can, but they are not going to have enough time to touch, and that is going to be Owasso getting a full cap. We are going to overtime.
Score 3-3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
Oh, and it looks like we did have somebody disconnect. We do have a tech pause real quick. As we're sitting here waiting for the players to reconnect, let's go over what we have seen in these past 2 games with Owasso and Booker T. Because we're restarting some computers, but with Booker T, we've seen consistently that hog comp being able to pull those tanks out, being able to pull people and get that util simply by making sure that they aren't able to get into a proper position. I mean, Owasso wants to play in a particular position. They want to make sure that they're getting the value, especially out of their comps that aren't necessarily dive. They're not necessarily trying to be in the backline. They're trying to be consistent, on point, pushing forwards. And with Booker T, they simply run the hog, and as soon as they get a hook out, especially in this case on the Orisa, Owasso can just fall apart. So I think Owasso definitely needs to make sure that they have a counter to that hog. They've been getting some great sleeps from that Ana. And I'm interested to see what we are going to be running when we get into overtime. But we will be right back. All right, and back into the game we go. Once again, I'm very interested to see what these teams are going to do. They've already played both sides against each other. Owasso knows that Booker T is most likely going to be playing hog, especially because they get to attack this time.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, and it looks like Owasso is going to be staying on that Orisa comp. From Booker T, we are going to see a Pharah, Mercy, and a Junkrat. I only think we've seen one other Junkrat here.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
It is 3-3. Booker T's attack. Let's see how far they can push.
1. Attackers incoming.
I imagine Booker T wants to be fairly aggressive here. That's why they're running with that Pharah. Pharah coming out off to the side and is immediately going to get punished. Just taken out. Hog looking for a nice hook here. Booker T, though, is saying absolutely not. Or Owasso, I'm sorry. And Reflex is destroying Booker T. They only have 15 seconds left. They have a little bit of time to try to get up here with a touch. They probably need to switch to something fast. But it looks like they are going to try to stay hog and rush in as quickly as possible. Lucio going in, getting speared. Absolutely insane. Sojourn is trying to touch, but Orisa is there waiting with the spear, stopping them from touching the point. All Owasso needs to do is get a single tick, and they will tie this game up.
Switching sides. Initiating
3 minutes and 11 seconds for Booker T to hold a single tick. It's going to be very difficult, and I'm wondering if it's going to be the right call for Booker T to run this hog comp that they've been running. We'll have to see.
ready for battle.
And there it is. We see a switch up. They are running Sigma. They want to hold this point for 3 minutes. It's going to be very difficult. And I'm wondering here if Mercy is the correct choice. Sure, they do get a res. It might be nice if they lose somebody right there in the beginning, but they're losing out on a lot of possible util. I mean, they could use On a Sleep, the grenades, Kiri Cleanse. There's plenty of things that they could be doing other than running on the Mercy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Defend objective A.
All right, Owasso has been getting really good picks with this Orisa comp, and they're going to stick with it, but they're running the sim for the TP strats. They just want to get onto point and get that tick so that they can win this round. It has been a long game, and they are ready to end it. A short sim TP, I think they probably missed there, but it's okay. Orisa able to just rush up onto point. Sigma trying to hold best he can, throwing out that rock. Genji wants this Mercy dead, but is unable to get those final hits. Orisa is dead. They definitely need to back up right now. They have plenty of time. They just need to regroup. They can't be losing anybody here. We're going to see Owasso swap over to the Sigma. Sigma v Sigma. Oh, and trying to use his ult, but dies in the middle of it. This is huge. This is so bad for Booker T. They cannot afford to lose anybody else. Mercy is here. Potentially could get the res, but... Yes, Mercy's going to get the res on the BAP. But there's so many dead at this point that I don't know that... And the Sigma, I don't know if they're going to have enough time. Sigma does get back on a point. The Sigma v Sigma catches him in the ult. And Booker T held it. Owasso was able to get Booker T off the point just long enough to get that one tick. And Owasso has tied it up 1-1. An absolutely amazing game, and we will be right back for the next one.
Ready for battle. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alrighty. And here we go. 1-1 in this series. Of course, all these teams winning their map picks. And now we are going to be on a Flashpoint. We've seen a lot of Flashpoint today. But this map in particular seems to be like the most. Not a whole lot of New Junk City love. Reflex immediately getting that pick onto the Juno. But this hook could spell a lot of trouble. I don't know. Seeing a lot of Roadhog gameplay now from both these teams. Locking it down, as we'd love to see. Hook's gonna try to get sent. It's not gonna land what they were wanting. Now they're gonna peek. Meanwhile, Owasso getting that percentage.
But a big nade on a Please Carry Me might just be a little too much for them to handle. Juno really low HP, trying to play up. Now Owasso is gonna have to fall back, make sure the healers survive here. Oh, but a massive sleep onto Juno. In a little bit of a scary situation. The Sojourn from Booker T has performed so well throughout these maps and has really made an impact onto the team of Owasso. And now Owasso's gonna get staggered here. They're gonna have to regroup. Meanwhile, Booker T taking tons of space, and that Sojourn dominating.
Area denial. It's go time.
Booker T at 90%. Owasso needs to push forward. And just the jiggle peeking, able to get that cast in the middle of his ult.
Creates so much space, and ultimately Owasso's not really able to do a whole lot there. Have to rotate without getting picked. Owasso is gonna get sight, but they gotta be careful. It's Booker T is fully grouped up and ready to walk this. A big hook and nade. You just can't do that. Owasso was not ready to cleanse it. And nasty hooks coming up from Booker T.
Yeah, they've been so consistent with those hooks, being able to pull people out. And then this Soj is just not missing.
Straight dominating these games right now. Booker T dropped into losers at the very beginning to Sequoyah, but I do not believe they've dropped a single map in this last section. I believe they were completely 0 or 2-0. But we finally seeing those picks coming out from the Tracer on Reflex. And now Please Carry Me is done with the Roadhog gameplay and wants to lock the Orisa. Understanding that the Roadhog diff is too much and that nade is way too punishing from Booker T. Booker T is going to regroup. Get ready to go in here. They got 72%. They really just got to win one fight, and they're guaranteed to have this point. Mercer on the sideline, looking to build that pulse bomb. Putting the pressure on the Sojourn. We're seeing that cleanse already engaged here. Mercer no gold. It's going to be a prime time to get a hook. Hook isn't quite able to get what they're wanting. Orisa now walking down that space. The nano to Orisa. And it is just so much damage flying all over the place. Orisa needs to live. They're gonna look to use this ultimate. Hawk can't really touch, and I think that's it for that point. That's a score on the board for Owasso. We saw Owasso take the initiative there, play extremely aggressive, and take that space before they could even engage on the point. And that's really what gave it to him. Owasso engages the Kyrie ult, and now they're gonna do this OC nano that we've seen so many times. Not quite able to land the right click onto the Tracer, but once again, this Sojourn for Booker T is doing a lot with this DPS line.
Ooh, and a little bit of a Copper 5 Reaper ult. But he's going to be countered. But Orisa can't quite get the hog off the edge. Gonna try to get this hog killed. Now you're gonna walk in, get this Ana. Now Owasso's finally gonna be able to take this point. Unless they don't want to cap. 77 for Booker T. We've seen this one before. Booker T took a high percentage on the last point, but was ultimately pushed out by Owasso. Let's see how they want to play this. I mean, take a look at the ult economy. All around, very solid for Booker T. But we got to see what they want to do with that Reaper ult, or if it's going to get predicted once again. Reaper probably looking to go onto this Ana very soon. While his team is forced to back up. The Reaper ult is engaged, but his whole entire team is in a different world. But they are still able to kill the Kiri. Reaper gets out with his life. Orisa has the ultimate and nano. And ultimates are going to be engaged. Huge kills. And this might just be another point for Owasso. I feel like the issue you just ran in there was Booker T is taking so long to take space. They're not fighting on point because they're spending so much time backing up and regrouping. Owasso goes from 0 to 100 while Booker T was at 77.
Yeah, I think definitely going into these next couple, I say these next couple, this last point, because they don't have a lot left. They need to make sure that when they're pushing on a point, they're pushing on a point. Like, it needs to be a choice.
And there's going to be another pick landing onto the Reaper. Bull walking it down right now. And now the OC is going to get 3. Can it be enough? And it does look like it will be a Booker T point. But can they hold on to it? Are they going to be forever stuck? Meanwhile, Tracer, okay, staggered a little bit. All intentional.
Definitely.
Definitely. Take a look at the ultimates here. We got 2 ultimates for Booker T. Meanwhile, Owasso has that old famous Reaper ult. Let's see if Reaper teleports in the middle of 5 people and tries to press Q. We shall see. I've seen this one before. Reaper on the flank is going to engage the ultimate and get the kill on the Reaper, but then going to be killed by the Roadhog Sojourn. They're putting a lot of pressure onto this Roadhog, but I feel like it's a little misread. Orisa needs to help his team, and the ult is going to be engaged, but it's not quite going to be enough. You got to be really careful because this Roadhog can get a good boop, and it could be the end of them. But a big sleep, immediately going to get woken up. Orisa in the middle of all of this. The nade isn't going to land in time. Now we're going to get a clean take for Booker T. 2-2. What do you think allowed Booker T to win that last round?
I mean, I think they were getting those picks. They were pushing people off to the side. They were getting the initial kills that allowed them to then essentially steamroll. And we've seen that this Roadhog is just not missing his hooks for the most part.
And we see that Orisa walking it down is going to get hooked in the middle of their team, but nobody able to quite damage the Orisa. Now we're going to see that OC with the spear. He's going to try to get landed here. Can he kill the Ana? Yes, he can. He's going to keep walking it down on this backline. Finally going to get punched by the Reaper, but this fight is still neck to neck. Anyone's game. But the Orisa is still alive. walking it down on the 1 HP backline. Reaper with the tag team finally getting the kills, but he's gonna get killed by Roadhog. But they ultimately are gonna have to back up and regroup. And Owasso takes the point. See here, Kiri taking the off angle, making sure the team can play down main, as well as defend high ground a little bit from the Sojourn. The Sojourn for Booker T is a menace.
The Sojourn and needing to avoid all of the potential hooks coming from this Hog.
Oh, but Kiri is challenged on high ground, and this spells a really bad position. But the spear into the Reaper to stop the ultimates. I don't know if you commit to this. I feel like you back up. You gotta reset. As amazing as that spear was, it's just not worth to overcommit to it. And look at Owasso's ultimates compared to Booker T. 2 support ults versus 2 DPS and a tank. Still anyone's fight. That Nano can really change a fight in a second, as well as Kiri ult. We haven't seen the strongest Reaper ults, but if they can get a solid solo kill, it might be enough. Let's see it.
Tracer looking for that bomb, but immediately needs to use the recall.
Pulse is going to be engaged, but immediately going to get naded by the other Ana. Reaper going in.
Coming through.
But they're going to back up and reset. The fight was not what they wanted. Booker T got away with that with only using a Kiri ult. Meanwhile, Owasso used a Rissel and Reaper ult.
They've got a touch.
Got Owasso on the Tracer, getting ready, but they're ready. Can he touch? He gets the touch. Also trying to walk it down, but the Ana is killed.
They just lost so much here. I don't know that they're going to be able to, even with the Kiri ult. The Orisa has to hold that forever.
The biggest problem you're running into is your Orisa. It's just in a hectic sequence. It's too much. Booker T gonna take map 3.
I think in that book, Owasso just let that Sojourn walk all over their backline, and it ended up costing them.
This ends now.
We saw this many a times, but the OC with the Nano, just too much. They're able to walk it down onto their back line. A good round, and we'll be back. Just a short break.
All right, and we are back with Owasso, Booker T. Booker T was able to take that last map. And now we get to see the push. How are we going to change things up? Booker T seemingly running the same comp. It was working for them before. Owasso switching back to the Orisa comp. Owasso is going to be the first person to get a kill, immediately traded by Booker T. This Sojourn means business. I mean, Owasso is getting a pretty big push here already. Booker T needs to make sure that they get a couple of picks. This Hog needs to get a good hook, get somebody out of position here. Hog is low. Ooh, Sojourn jumping on top of the Kiri. A good pick. Wonderful hook from Hog. Isn't enough to get the kill, but definitely forces them back a little bit. They're still trying to push the point. As Booker T jumps down and is coming up from behind. A massive hook. Again, still just not able to get the kill. And Orisa coming out with the ult. Punishing them for pushing around. They tried to jump down, tried to come around the back, but then Orisa and everybody turned around and said, absolutely not, use the ult, use their resources, and got a lot of kills. This is a very big lead for Owasso on this map. Three ults coming up from Owasso, 4 from Booker T. When are we going to see these be used? It's time for Booker T. One kill, and is not going to be able to get the second. Cass on 1 HP. Just not dying, finally.
What's up?
Booker T finally has control. They have a lot to push in order to break even, but they have plenty of time. They just need to play this carefully. They need to use that hog hook. They need to get people out of position so that they can get those kills. And the Sojourn needs to just continue whatever they are doing, because whatever it is, it's working. They do have Kiri ult here. They can definitely engage, but Owasso does have 3 ults to use into it. So gotta choose the right time here. Getting that push, able to take out the Orisa. It's going to create a lot of space because Owasso has to back up. They're not going to be able to fight the hog in their condition right now. It's going to be real hard for this cast to get any good util out of his ult when all they have to do is use their hook hog. So I think they need to make sure that they're calming that hook. Kiri coming in from the side, putting in a lot of pressure on the Ana as Cass pulls up. Completely ignores the hog, going for the backline and gets slept by the Ana, and is going to get taken out and punished for trying to jump down onto the backline. Owasso still has 3 ults. They need to make sure they're using them. Booker T has 4. These teams are being very economical with their ults, waiting until the right time. Orisa able to get 1 kill. A massive spear. Enough to push Owasso back. Owasso almost got that lead, and it's going to be much easier for them to go back if they ever retake. So Owasso needs to make sure that they make this push count. They need to keep up this lead as long as possible. OC gets 1. Was about to get another, but the hog came in and said, it's mine. And Orisa is unable to do anything on her own. We do see Ana off to the side. Are they going to be able to get her? Yes, they are. Booker T is just getting so much value. Owasso, I haven't seen this Cass ult. He's waiting until Overwatch 7. Akiri ult, great time to engage. Rushing in, all of the ults being used at once. Owasso throwing everything in the game at them. Getting plenty of kills. Owasso is able to keep their lead for a little bit longer. That's exactly what they need to do. They don't necessarily...
I'm under attack. Be healed.
All Owasso needs to do is hold their lead. Booker T coming up with 3 ults. Owasso only has Orisa ult right now. They might get Nano here pretty soon, though. A great nade, forcing Orisa to step back, allowing Booker T to retake that space. Is Booker T going to jump down No, it looks like not. Arissa's gonna rush up with the nano. Only gets one kill out of it. Yeah, and here comes Owasso jumping down. But Booker T is retaking control here. They only used one ult in that last fight. They have plenty. They can make a really good push here as long as they can consistently get some kills. And there it is once again. I mean, they need to be wary of this hog. Plenty of ults here from Booker T. Which ones are we going to see first? Genji and we're seeing both TPS ults from Owasso are going to be up here in just a second. We've got the Kitsune into the OC, rushing into the back. A Blade looking for those kills. Booker T not going to use ults in response. They know that they can save them. There's a minute and 30 left. We're going to get a team wipe. Owasso is just consistently keeping this lead. They do not want to give it up. Booker T didn't use very many ults. I think they used Kiri ult. But they saved the rest. They need to make sure that this push counts because they've only got one or two more. Nano getting thrown out and an immediate double kill from the Sojourn. And there we see all of the ults being used to regain that control. I don't know if they needed to use all three of them. Because now, they almost don't have anything. They have Hog ult to get to push people away and maybe make some more space, but they're going into an Orisa ult. Probably a Nano here in a little bit. Booker T needs to get a really good pick here. Oh, and is stunned out of the hook. A massive ult here from OJ. I was talking about how Booker T only had one ult to use. OJ said, that doesn't matter. I'm going to get 4 kills. Owasso coming in with Nano. We are in overtime, so all they need to do is get a couple of kills. Owasso just needs to push a tiny bit. And Genji is going to die at 85%. Booker T refuses to die. Sojourn coming off to the side. Reaper from behind. Not able to get the kill. And here we have the Blade. Is it going to get anybody? Yes, we get one. We get two. It's going to be a massive Blade. All they need to do, they need to regroup. Owasso needs to come back out, and they need to push them off of the point. OC being used is pushed off the point just long enough for Owasso to get the victory, bringing this to 2-2. Some absolutely phenomenal games here in the losers finals. Whoever wins this next game is going into grand finals against Broken Arrow. Can Owasso win the game and go from losing against Broken Arrow back to it to have another game to potentially win the entire thing? Or can Booker T come all the way from the bottom, losing in their first round, to come through to grand finals and win? We will have to see in this next game.
to the earth keeps the
Nice. Here we go. Round 5. 2-2. Owasso. Booker T. What are your predictions for this match?
I mean, every single time that we've watched these games, they've been really close. Booker T has been getting so much value out of this Roadhog, and Owasso has been running this Orisa in order to try to stop it. And it's a hit or miss, because it's all up to whether the Roadhog hits those hooks, can get people off out of the line.
We're immediately going to see the Sojourn getting picked. And now they're going to have to fall back for a second. Meanwhile, Sojourn's going to immediately walk up here, try to put the pressure on the Genji, but a massive sleep.
Getting punished.
And that's the great thing about running this Orisa comp. You can just punish anyone that wants to watch the side. You get the sleep, you get the spear, you get the nade.
Some of these Orisa spears have been insane.
Well, I mean, Please Carry Me likes to say they need to get carried, but more like they are carrying a lot of these fights. We see Roadhog take that high ground aggression, trying to force the space. Genji's going to go on an engagement, and a big deflect keeps them in this fight, but it's not going to be enough. Genji's going to get punished. Now they have that one up. Missed the hook onto the Sojourn. Reaper walking backline.
Yeah, man, I think Booker T is just consistently pushing forward. It's nothing grand. It's nothing like we saw with Edison's games where they were really pushing through and immediately going in. Booker T is just consistently walking.
Getting that point for free. Meanwhile, Sojourn's been dead almost every single fight now. We're going to see the Nano coming out from the Roadhog. And they're just going to be walking it down. They're probably going to get this cap for free.
I think we're outnumbered.
Siri's going to try to get away with her life. Barely able to do it.
Feels much better.
Big hook, and this is the problem for Owasso. Every fight, they're down one. You gotta respect the hog though.
Well, and it's been proven to them over these past 4 or 5 games that Booker T is going to get those hooks, and this Sojourn is going to walk and get these picks. So at this point, Owasso needs to make sure that they're moving to counter that. Like, they can't be letting it happen. Especially not now when it is the last game. Whoever wins this moves on to grand finals. And whoever loses is out of the tournament. Like, this is the last time that you have, and Owasso is coming up on 5 ults. We need to make a great hold here, and Nano Blade getting thrown out. Not seeing any kills with it. Is Nano Blade not going to get anything?
That is not what you want, but at least you got some space. And meanwhile, Booker T doesn't have a whole lot of ultimates. So, though it sucked, Nano Reaper versus 3 Owasso ults, they still have a very strong position here.
Yeah, I think here, even if they try to Nano Reaper into Owasso, Owasso will just use Orisa ult in return, or just Orisa push. Use the spear.
See a big hook, but it's not quite able to land on anything. Meanwhile, we got this OC carry ult. Booker T still has yet to use anything, and they're just going to want to regroup after that one. Another 2 ultimates used from Owasso. Meanwhile, Booker T trying to build something. They're not quite getting what they want.
Yeah, we finally saw a good hold there by Owasso. They were able to use those ults effectively in order to get those kills, still being able to keep that Orisa ult, which is important. They're going to need it.
It's going to be all about this spear in their sleep. They need to counter the Reaper Nano. Hog's going to walk it down main.
And we may even just see the Nano on the Hog.
True, this might be the time, but he doesn't.
Yeah, there it is.
He wasn't able to con that he didn't have the hook. And now, Roadhog's kind of just getting space. And a huge pick comes out from Reflex in the back line. And Booker T is going to have to fall back and regroup again. Meanwhile, Owasso has been building up these ultimates. And honestly, they're kind of outpacing Booker T in some areas. I don't think we've seen this Roadhog go above 52 or this 40 range in a long time. Rissa's full sending it, has the ultimate, not too scared.
And I mean, this is a great place for Orisa to hold. The second that they walk through, all Orisa has to do is walk forward a little bit, press Q.
The Roadhog going on the flank here, going for the classic bronze 3. Will it be enough? But it's immediately punished. Orisa still has all in line, and they're going
Another
to
blade.
hold some
This time.
here. Unfortunately, not able to get that final shift. But it doesn't matter.
It is enough.
Look at the ult economy. OC has spelled a lot of problems for Owasso in the past. They don't have a nano for it. Meanwhile, Orisa ult and nano is still online, as well as OC. Owasso is doing so much better at scaling these ultimates.
All right, and there it is. The nano getting 2 kills.
Orisa ult.
Owasso.
Wow.
We were talking about how Booker T was just walking through Owasso, and Owasso held.
As soon as they turn that corner, the end of their momentum happened. They weren't able to get value with that Reaper the whole entire time. And I ultimately think that's what spelled the issue, because you have your Sojourn, but in that map, in that point, it's too tight. There's too many walls for Sojourn to take space and to land those right clicks. And if you're not able to push through, which running Roadhog against Orisa, it's difficult. I still think Booker T has a very strong potential to hold this out, though. We've seen them perform really well across this best of 5, and all they need to do is figure out what comp is going to get them there. And they're locking the Roadhog Soj once again.
I was wondering if we were going to see something coming from Booker T that was different, something that was more of a hold. It looks like we are going to have another tech pause here. I was wondering that if Booker T would run something different, but it looks like they're not going to. They don't want to run anything that's more solid, that's more for a hold. They still want to get all of that value out of OJ with those hooks.
But I just don't know if they can get the value that they're looking for, especially on defense. It's all going to be about the space they can control, and if they can keep their Sojourn in the position that will actively get position, will get the value. They are swapping to May, so the ice fishing might help them a little bit more to get those kills that they're looking for. But Orisa has been doing such a good job at making sure gold is available when the hook is engaged, that the nade isn't just going to insta-kill him. Because the thing about Orisa, you might be antied, but you can just pop gold. You're still going to be in the fight. You don't need cleanse to save you. Where Roadhog, it's a completely different story.
Well, and with that swap to May, and we're going to swap again. I was going to say that the swap to May means that Hog can focus on off-tanking, but not if we're going to be running a sim into this. I mean, do you have any idea what they're planning with a sim on defense?
Potentially to TP away when they feel like they're being walked on too hard. To control the side high ground with those turrets, or play a very close quarter section on the left side when they want to teleport. I mean, I see the potential in it, but ultimately your sim's not going to do a whole lot from the high ground position unless they walk on you.
Yeah, and we see here that I was going to assume that Orisa was just going to start walking up the side.
Well, you know, you got to remember too.
Orisa gets hooked, naded.
Orisa can't block the Symmetra. So it could be they just want to counter this Sojourn or counter this Orisa. But right now, as you can see, they're walking payload for free. The
finally going to have to touch here to apply that pressure, and they're still just walking away with distance.
I mean, Owasso held them for so long that there is every meter counts here. Booker T needs to make sure that they're not pushing.
And unfortunately, it just doesn't look like Booker T is able to figure out what their game plan is here. Even though they won this fight, there was almost no resistance for 89 meters.
I mean, look at Owasso right now. We're almost at 2 ults.
3. We're about to see.
Yes, with the Kiri.
Yeah.
And Booker T,
really
Booker
good
T's also close to ults.
Probably Nano Orisa. Immediately seeing that Orisa get hooked once again, and he can't block a Sim Laser. Roadhog trying to eat that damage for the Symmetra. Hook onto the Roadhog, or onto the Orisa once again as well. Genji can't deflect it either, but we're gonna see this ult engaged. Will it be enough though? Trying to burn that Roadhog. Kills flying all over the place, but nothing is set yet. Both supports still online. And Booker T holds. Fantastic defense for Booker T. Owasso did engage the Orisa Nano, while Booker T used the OC and support ult.
I mean, we were over here talking smack about the Sim, but honestly, I think the Sim is putting in some work, especially against the Orisa, because you're right, Orisa's not going to be able to block it.
And Genji can't deflect it either. It's all kind of a problem that they have to adapt to, or they could lose this.
This ends now.
Let's see the OC engage. Roadhog using the spacing. Oh, we see the blade in the back. It's 1. Isn't able to get 2, but can his team put up the slack? They kill the Roadhog, and they should get it here unless the Sojourn lives. They are going to get it. A fantastic nade, but it's not going to be enough. They need to run away.
And instead, both supports are going to get killed.
I really liked Booker T's hold there. It was very smart to run the Sim there. I just didn't see the vision, but it was working. But of course, as soon as you lose that Roadhog, it's over. You don't have any other tank to keep you alive. And Orisa has so much survivability.
Yeah, it's something where it needs to be almost like a triple combination where you get the hook, the nade, and the Sim at the exact same time. And if any of those aren't perfectly aligned, then Orisa is not going to die there.
Orisa looking for an ult here, trying to group up with the team. And the timing.
And an absolutely insane spear.
But it might be way too much damage unless they kill the Sim. This might be winnable. They are going to engage the Kiri ult. They want to win this.
Yeah, Owasso pushing forward, getting those 2 kills.
Roadhog's still alive, but the Nano's going to be engaged. They're walking it. Kiri has to, but Kiri can't touch. And Owasso wins map 5 of Losers Finals. What a fantastic game from both these teams.
Absolutely neck and neck the entire time. Going into overtime for most of these games, I mean, we saw that Owasso was just getting so much value out of this Orisa, and Booker T was trying to make plans. They made plans, and they did really well on that defense, but ultimately they were not able to get that value out of it. So Owasso will be moving on to Grand Finals here in just a little bit. All right, and here we are, Grand Finals.
This is it. It all comes down to this. Best of 7. Broken Arrow already has a map win since we're not doing a bracket reset.
It looks like we need to go back for a little bit. We just had a tech pause real quick.
Of course.
Something always happens.
That sounds like a
even in Grand Finals.
That's super anticlimactic. But again, we're doing a best of 7, but Broken Arrow gets 1 map win on push. They voted to have their map win on push. So it is currently 1-0. And now we are back into it. The room has aura all over the place. And now we're finally back in. We're seeing the epic ball gameplay that I've seen 50 times today. Ball trying to get that value, but this map is kind of difficult. Meanwhile, Owasso locking that Orisa comp. They want this rematch. They want to win. Children is going to be caught out, unfortunately. Though they kill the Lucio, they need to kill that Pharah. They want to stand a chance.
And even if they kill the Pharah, they need to make sure that the Mercy does a res.
But they did get cap. That's kind of big. Getting some percentage for Owasso. If Tracer can keep it up, Orisa's going to vote to die on point here, assuming they can keep on points. Orisa is just living. And finally, he's going to die, and there's that res. Solid start for Owasso, but Broken Arrow has all the space in the world and all the angles. It is the battle between the Owasso Orisa and this Wrecking Ball. And right now, Wrecking Ball is winning.
Owasso's coming up on plenty of ults. They've got a little bit of time. I mean, we're at 25%. We're not...
You see Pulse Bomb immediately engaged from Owasso. Unfortunately, not able to land anything. Now Broken Arrow is going to look to make something go on here. And a Tracer Gift is going to land, and the Pharah ult going to be stopped. Meanwhile, Mercy is 1 HP.
They do get the kill, but Cass was missing all of those shots.
Cass forgot how to aim for a second. It happens. And now they're going to kill that Wrecking Ball. And Owasso has won a fight without having to use almost anything besides a whiff Tracer ult. I don't know if they used Cass ult or not. I can't remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Now Pharah is poking, trying to build that ult. Meanwhile, Broken Arrow has a lot of ultimates online here. We're going to see the mines engage. They're going to try to get the pulse, and it still gets a double kill. Absolutely massive.
Orisa sitting on 4 HP, not wanting to go for that health pack.
Gonna try to fall back and not die. Wow.
I mean, Owasso has plenty of ults. They have the tools to engage. They need to make sure that they're getting on point here.
We see the Kyriel engaged here. It's gonna create some space, but we're gonna get that beat. The pulse is just not gonna be enough here.
Every ult in the game.
And how many flashy colors can we get on our screen? But Pharah has that ultimate online. They need to shut it down. The big kill onto... Oh, but a spear is going to deny the Pharah ult, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Orisa going in for that ult.
And ultimately, once again, no one was able to kill the Pharah or follow up with the Orisa. And it's looking like another round. I'm getting flashbacks. Broken Arrow trying to close out this round. Idun's gonna be engaged, gonna create a lot of space. We're gonna see the pulse engaged. They are gonna kill Ball. Can they stop the res though? That is the question. Far low and res on Ball gets used. They forgot about the Mercy once again. They got locked in on trying to kill this Pharah. It was a nice try from Owasso, but Broken Arrow closed that out. Going to the second round. What do you think Owasso needs to do to play against this? I like the Orisa, but their DPS engagement, their priorities are all over the place. I see Tracer trying to play hit scan more than the Cass.
Yeah, I definitely think that Owasso needs to focus on not letting this Mercy get any reses off. I mean, we saw in that last one that part of the whole point of what made them win was the fact that they were able to get the res onto that ball.
We are
And that
going
was
to see a
because
call
nobody
for
was
a
looking.
pause. A
Oh.
tech pause. Oh, never mind.
Oh, we no longer needed a pause.
Getting lied to. Yeah, of course. We're going right back into this. We immediately see that space taken from Broken Arrow. They have such a mobile comp, and they're going to try to get a big pick onto the Juno. Not quite able to do it. They got that rotation they're looking for, but they're locking this Roadhog. They're going to kill the Lucio, but we've seen that one before. Lucio really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. You need to kill the Mercy. They do have good site control, but this ball is causing a lot of issues. Ball's going to be low, and they're going to lose their Kiri. Meanwhile, Farah already has ultimate online. He's going to get shut down by the cast. The Lucio's already back, and they're just going to res her.
Owasso is pushing and getting picks, but they are just not able to sustain against BA.
Wrecking Ball looking to get a good swing here. Going to try to boop someone off the map if they walk that bridge. It does look like they're going to go for it, and this is a dangerous game. Get across that bridge as fast as possible. Ball, way too late. Drunk drive straight into the middle of the team. It's going to get backed up, and Tracer is going to be punished, but is going to get a trade onto the Soldier. Meanwhile, Farah still has ult online, is looking for something, probably on these supports. Cass is full sending it and gets the kill on the Lucio. And they close out a fight. Doesn't have hook. Gotta stop the res if she has it. She's able to stop it, but it's not enough. Your whole team's dead. And now Soldier's gonna get staggered.
Hello.
Broken Arrows looking to close this out. They would like
60%.
to go home here. They don't really want to have to play a bunch of maps, so they want to close this out quickly.
I mean, Owasso's coming up on a lot of ults. They definitely have the ability to take this back. But even if they do, they're going to have to hold it for quite a while.
A big kill onto Lucio, but we've seen it once too many times.
Kiri ult onto point.
Unfortunately, gonna miss that hook. Not quite able to break too many mines. And your back line is cooked once again.
Roadhog trying to get any sort of value and is just being deleted almost instantly. They switched off of the Orisa, and I don't know that it was the right pick there.
I honestly think Orisa probably would have done more. At least could have put a little more pressure onto the Farah. But it's gonna be a quick little first map. We'll be right back in just a second.
And we are here for potentially the final map.
No, it's best of 7. First 4.
This is best of 7?
Yes.
All right, let's go. We've got plenty more maps to go.
Wow. I mean, it could just be a normal BA3. You got to remember, BA got the one auto win, which is why it's first to 4. They decided to take the auto win on push. So.
Well, we are now going to see some Midtown. Let's see. We do see BA playing the ball comp. We see the same 3 that we've seen almost in every other game that we've had so far.
But we're seeing them run the ball comp on defense. That's what we asked for them last time, because it is a good map for it. Gonna try to kill this Mercy. Mercy is flying around like a moth. Meanwhile, the Owasso team is trying to walk forward without losing a single person. And they're just getting kill after kill, staying together. This time, we're seeing Ash from Shock. They did do another sub out. Ball finally gets a pick. Ball really low, is gonna have to fall back and regroup. Meanwhile, Tracer and Ball are all still alive. We're gonna see that res, and now they're ready for an engagement. Lucio looking to get some value here. Everyone's really low HP on points. They are going to kill Ball, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. And Broken Arrow wins the fight, but 2 ticks were the cost. Seems like Midtown is not really a map for Broken Arrow. They're really struggling to find their footing. I think it's just unfamiliarity, and that's ultimately spelling them the problem. Meanwhile, Shax, with no mercy pocket, is playing the Ash. Does have it closer to the Bob. Just barely. Ball trying to build the mines, taking the off angles, drunk driving across the map. Finally gonna full send it and walk. We're gonna get that big pile drive. But Lucio's gonna get killed for the 40th time.
Gary trying to keep everybody alive.
And I mean, we just watched Owasso literally walk together as a 5-stack set on point. It was over. Like, they depend so much for this ball to get them the space, and as soon as they don't have it, well, they can't keep a front line because they're running Mercy Lucio. We do see, though, that Broken Arrow immediately got that Bob. Their Ash locked in and started getting some really solid kills. I think the biggest problem you have now is your Lucio's dead every fight, not getting a whole lot of value. You gotta figure out what you want to do with that. Meanwhile, my free cam is looking at space. A big push here for Broken Arrow is gonna engage Pulse Bomb. Not gonna quite land on anything, but gets the pick onto Wrecking Ball. And it gets res.
Yeah, once again, we see that if you're not dealing with that Mercy, you're not really going to get anywhere.
They might looking to get out of there. Still, the Ash is now locking in for Broken Arrow.
Gonna get pulled, but is able to get out of there.
Kind of forget she has that perk. Broken Arrow, lots of ultimates online, but Owasso as well. We're gonna see the first ult engage and a big flash hook. Gonna put the pressure. We're gonna see the castle, and they're gonna walk the Ash. And Ash is terrified, but there's not much to be done there. They do kill the Juno. This is still very winnable for Broken Arrow. They're gonna carry cleanse, save the Ash potentially, but is Indout gonna get killed? And Owasso's DPS are free to kill. Yeah, I don't know if this Roadhog's getting the value that they're wanting. I definitely think the Orisa was able to do a little bit more. Now you're getting body blocked. And a massive stagger.
Yeah, Owasso had a really strong initial push. They were able to get onto the point, get that cap, but then essentially as soon as they tried to turn that corner, everything's starting to fall apart. I think that they need to regroup, figure out what their strategy is going to be.
And a interesting Bob coming out from Owasso. They're going to kill Lucio for the 17th time in this game, but I just don't know if it's really going to matter as much as they want it to. Wrecking Ball creating so much space, and Ash getting free kills, and what do you know? They res.
I think I see the idea for the Roadhog being able to get those hooks. We saw that a lot with Booker T, but Owasso is just not landing them. I mean, what do you think that Owasso needs to switch? Do you think that they need to come up with a game plan?
I think they need to maybe give up on the Roadhog. I think they're running into that issue where there's too much space, hard to control, and your Roadhog's taking so much damage all the time, and he's also not able to defend his back line.
Hey, hello, how's it going?
50 seconds on the clock. Not looking good for Owasso.
Owasso's coming up on 2 ults. We have Cass. We're about to get the Roadhog. Might be looking to just get a little bit of value, push some people off of point. But this Ashe is just consistently doing so much damage, throwing out Bob on a point. They're able to take care of the Roadhog.
But right now, there's not much to be said. Owasso's going to try to lock it down, prevent the ball from a re-engagement. Lucio comes in with the beat. Not looking good for Owasso. High Noon is going to be engaged, but it's not able to get a shot. They'll try to kill this Lucio, but that mines might be the end. A big kill coming out from Shox onto the Tracer to keep it in. But it is still not looking good.
Huge dynamite going out, but... Oh, they're stepping off point.
But there was really nothing Roadhog was going to do there. I think it was a mispick, and we might see Broken Arrow take it from the Owasso pick.
Initiating match. Ready for battle.
All right.
Absolute cinema.
Broken Arrow, if it works, I don't know what I was trying to say there.
Yep.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There we go.
Owasso locking down the Sigma.
Yeah, Owasso needs a change. They need to figure out something different, something that's going to help to protect their backline.
You gotta deal with that Ashe Mercy pocket, and it is just so much frontline damage. And while the Tracer disrupts backline with ball, you got an Ashe that's literally getting free kills. Ball's looking to take train. Sigma looking to punish. And a good rock with the Sombra. It's a great combo. Not Sombra, I don't know what I'm talking about.
They let the res get off, but it did allow them to get that kill onto Mercy. And now the ball by himself is unable to do anything.
Tracer hiding for her life. Isn't gonna get rocked, but Sojourn's gonna walk on her. They could kill Tracer. It might be big. Tracer's gonna get away with her life. They are gonna kill Lucio for the 17th time once again, but they're gonna lose their Kiri as a price. They are finally gonna kill that Tracer in their back line, and Broken Arrow gonna look to regroup. Meanwhile, ball extremely low is gonna be forced to fall back once again. We're seeing Broken Arrows trying to build up for ultimates here. They know they don't have to push very far once they get through this section, so just stack up on ultimates. Kind of a good easy win. You know, Cass getting really low HP. Don't die to the pulse bomb. Gonna get into a precarious situation. They're gonna try to High Noon, and a massive High Noon is gonna land a couple kills for them. And this Cassidy locks it down for the 4K. And a massive rock is gonna shut the Wrecking Ball down. But take a look at our ultimates. We see BA swapping both of their DPS.
Meanwhile, Mines is going to be online, and Flux Ethereal is going to be online. You got to keep playing this hard stack, but you don't want to die to Mines. And Farah is probably going to build ultimate in like 2 seconds. They're in a very precarious situation. Going to get full dived here, and there's not going to be a whole lot to be done. Got to look for a Flux if you're looking.
Oh, he's going to catch at least the
Flux,
Mercy.
but it only grabs the Farah. Can't stop the res. Has no rock, and his whole team is dead. Sigma trying his best. Is in a potential retouch position. I feel like he's going a little too early. He needs to wait a second. Now they can go out. He has shift, but Farah probably close to ult. And Mines, of course, is still active. You're not gonna be able to land that rock on the Farah. It is still anyone's game if they can keep this castle alive.
Huge kill on the Farah. Just need to take care of the Mercy.
And what a retouch. Broken Arrow still fighting this. Still very winnable, maybe. 30 seconds on the clock. And Owasso's looking for the full hold. This is probably Owasso's only chance here. If they lose this second section, I just don't think they can fight this ball. They need to get an early pick here. But the Farah Mercy has ultimate online. We see the High Noon engaged a little early, I feel like. But gets a kill on the Lucio.
It's going to be huge. Farah needs to touch here. Needs to try to get some.
And here we go. Farah Mercy ult is going to engage. Not quite able to get as many kills as they were looking for, but the OC doesn't land anything. They have a window online. It's going to be up to Sigma to do most of the work. He doesn't get anything, though, with Flux. And a heartbreaking loss on that first section. 2.5 minutes. I don't think they're going to be able to do it here.
I mean, an absolutely amazing hold by Owasso. It feels so bad.
Ball trying to make that space. Right now, they're just going to walk part for free and try to stop Owasso because they know Owasso only really gets one fight. Sigma's close to stopping the payload, and now they need a pick. Meanwhile, BA has plenty of good ults. Owasso's only just now getting one. Lucio dead for the 30th time. They got to keep their Sojourn alive here. Ball does have that Mines ready to engage. Not quite able to land the rock. They're fighting for their lives right now. Fighting from so many angles. Pulse Bomb is going to be engaged. Finally, Farah's going to get shut down, but Rez is probably going to re-engage to Rez the Farah. And it's just not looking good for Owasso. High Noon is engaged here. They can't kill the ball. And that's going to move us on to our last map. If Broken Arrow rolls it, we will have to see.
Play of the game.
This is it.
Potentially the
final.
last round.
Potentially the last map in our whole tournament. We've had quite the bracket today. Lots of really close games, actually. But this finals has not been close. Broken Arrow has been dominating. I did get some information. Lucio died 14 times from Broken Arrow.
That is a lot.
I have never seen a player get so carried in his life.
Here he is again.
But here he is. I believe in him. He can lock it in. He can do something here. He's going to walk in. This is the peak Lucio gameplay that we want to see. Playing that survivability. Huge rock. Immediately going to fly out onto the Wrecking Ball. And a nice kill on Ash. But they're going to get a res.
I mean, part of the problem we saw with Owasso taking these points and trying to get all these kills is the fact that they aren't punishing that Mercy for trying to go in on the res.
Yeah, but this Sigma is locking it in. Honestly, Blue scared me. It's a very strong tank player that has been really working to peel for his teammates while punishing this Wrecking Ball. You are going to see Owasso take first point.
25%. BA needs to figure out what their game plan is to get this next touch.
They're going to use somebody as a distraction to force them on a point a little bit. And then Tracer's going to regroup, and now Ball does the engagement that he loves to do, spinning around in circles until something works. We're going to see the High Noon engaged here. Still feel like he had a few seconds there. He didn't necessarily need to rip it, but it's still Owasso in the point, but lost their Cassidy. And now this is pretty bad for them. They don't have a whole lot of stuns. And their BAP is just going to get walked on. We did see the swap of Ash to Cass. And we're seeing the Mercy Pocket doing Mercy Pocket things.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've just consistently seen has almost carried BA through a lot of this, is the fact that they are just not losing this Mercy. The Mercy is able to stick up on somebody, get so much value, and then the second that they're not there, they're able to go and res.
I mean, you definitely can't deny the fact that Broken Arrow's DPS is really good.
Oh, absolutely.
They have an amazing performance here, and they're really popping off. It's just, you know, the Mercy definitely helps them. But also, I'm not sure that their support could do anything else for this team. They play very egoist play styles, and if it works, right? A massive rock is going to fly onto the castle, and Owasso is looking to take this first point.
I think one thing that we've seen specifically against a lot of people playing BA or playing against BA is that they're focusing very heavily on the ball, when in reality they need to be focusing on these DPSs and especially making sure that they're not getting as much value as they have been.
Well, especially now, I mean, we're going to see that flux, but I do feel like Owasso's been doing a very good job at it. The rocks have just been absolutely massive. They're going to try to burn Ball, and they're going to get him, but you got to remember, Mercy still exists, and their whole team just got wiped out.
No one can hold me there.
I mean, we've seen massive showings from both of the Casses or both of the DPS on these teams.
Yes, I mean, Reflex has been doing some crazy stuff on Cass, and really popping off in a lot of these engagements. Please Carry Me has been doing very good on the Sigma, as well as Orisa, and trying to play against this ball the best he can. But it might not be enough. We're going to see a big kill immediately fly into the back line. But the Cass is also going to be on the back line. And what a nasty play from the Cass.
Finally going to get killed, but not before taking out the rest of the team.
I mean, it was a good play, but Sigma living. Good block onto the pile drive. Tracer trying to play around with his team, and a boop onto the Sojourn. Gonna be too much for him. 84 HP Wrecking Ball is gonna have to get away. And they still have yet to cap. Tracer's still online. Now they're gonna roll onto their back line. It's gonna be a complete fight for it, but Wrecking Ball is gonna die. It's looking like Owasso might be able to pull this. But I don't know. Mercy still has res online. There it is. Now we have that reset we were looking for. Owasso finally caps. Meanwhile, Broken Arrow has a lot of good ultimates online, but Owasso does too. We're seeing these castles every fight. So much value that they're getting, obviously, but it's about using that spacing with that ultimate just a little better. beat is going to be used against the Sigma ults. Meanwhile, his whole entire backline is going to be disrupted. Wrecking Ball is going to fly away because he doesn't want to get high noon. Owasso's cast is going to get killed, and this looks like Broken Arrow should take a point. A close fight. It's not going to be enough. 1-1.
Going into this next one, Owasso does have 4 ults.
Flashpoint.
It's going to hopefully they don't use them all in this next fight. I think that they need to get themselves onto point, and they need to make sure that they can cap. But then I think they need to save and stagger some of those ults so that they're not caught out of it.
Immediately, Owasso taking the high ground position, but they have to fight from multiple directions. They could fly from their spawn door. They don't know. They're having to play this stacked up. Window's immediately going to be engaged, so I guess they can get the cap if somebody wants to drop down. Tracer fighting off against the Sojourn. Probably going to look for a pulse here. Hawk's going to go swinging. And that's going to be a direct hit, and that is just going to be too much for him. And now Broken Arrow looking to lock it down. A big rock potentially to kill Lucio for the 30th time I've ever seen today. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do it. Broken Arrow gets the point.
Let's stick together.
The Infinite Empire will not forgive the...
Owasso still has plenty of ults to use in order to get this engaged, but BA is coming up on 3 as well.
See, they're locking it down here now. The Wrecking Ball. They are going to have to use Emor to keep their team alive, but Sigma is getting absolutely massive value in the front line. Oh, but the metal locked the castle, and we just saw Owasso use 4 ultimates. Press Q, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know that we needed to use all 4 of them. We're only about halfway to BAP's ult, so now they have nothing against BA. BA has 3 ults to engage with.
Probably going to see the mines engaged here. Probably the perfect time. See High Noon engaged first, and it might get somebody. Got to be careful because once the shield breaks, that's going to be shield out for the count. But they are going to cap behind them. Lucio is going to die, but somebody has to play for touch. 4%, 3%. Lucio or Sigma is going to die on point here, unless they can keep him alive. It is still winnable, but they got to remember point. It is all up to Reflex in the 3v1. Just not very plausible. And Broken Arrow is within hand's reach to take the Overwatch Invitational at Northeastern State University.
I mean, if you're Owasso here, what do you need to do?
I mean, there's such a ladder to climb here. You got to pull back 2 points on a flashpoint. Then you got to win 3 more maps. It's dire. If you're Owasso here, I don't know if you run this Roadhog comp. I feel like you walked down the Orisa that was working well for you last time. But now we're seeing that High Noon once again. Except the pile drive is just too much. And they're going to boot the Roadhog off the map. Res the person they lost. It is looking really bad.
And I think just the amount of value that BA has gotten out of this Mercy.
Well, I mean, they're just not able to think about the Mercy because you have such a high-skilled ball player that is being able to walk through your team as well. It's this cast Tracer. This DPS line is really strong.
and they're able to play really confidently. The great thing about ball, you don't need a healer for ball. You don't need to worry about having a constant healer for your tanks, which means they can just pocket DPS all day. And Lucio can die 30 times, do absolutely nothing, and still win rounds.
Pulling up, he's got the castle. He's
Again.
going to die before using it. Looks like Owasso is going to cap at 95%.
Wrecking Ball looking to get a boop again in the under area. They got to be kind of careful. Wrecking Ball playing off in that side area.
Nearly 5 ults here for Owasso. Can they hold?
They're getting ready for an engagement. Lots of ultimates for Broken Arrow. Of course, lots of ultimates for Owasso, as you said. Let's see it.
I imagine Mines. Yeah, Mines getting used
Mine
here.
is going to be engaged, but immediately we're going to see a hook, a trade at the high noons. But Mercy is going to be killed, and that could cause a lot of issues for Broken Arrow. Will they let him take the cap? This is losable for Owasso. They might need to consider using the Kiri ult. But it's not used until after the Roadhog is dead. You have Cleanse right here of Kiri fighting for her life, but the res is going to be engaged. Still fighting for their lives. The Lucio ult is going to keep them in this fight.
Oh, they do end up getting the touch.
Roadhog is going to walk it down, but he isn't going to land the hook that they're looking for. We're going to see the Roadhog ultimate going to be engaged, but it's not quite able to kill anybody. Roadhog against the world. Kills the Lucio. But that's going to be it. Broken Arrow, 4-0 in the grand finals. What a tourney. Let's take a look back at that bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. There have been some absolutely amazing games that we've seen here today. Let the play of the game from the cast play out. Just absolutely insane DPS work coming out from both teams, both BA and Owasso. And a lot of these teams have had such interesting games if we want to take a look at that bracket.
Yeah, let's update that grand final score, but this is the final of our bracket. And if you really look at it, Broken Arrow, of course, pretty much 3-0'd all the way through until round 3, where Owasso took Midtown from them, but Broken Arrow learned from their mistakes and ultimately 4-0'd this grand finals. But look at the journey we've had for some of these teams. Owasso, 3-0, 3-1, 1-3, goes back into losers and does a 3-2 against Booker T. Booker T lost in round 1, went down to losers and climbed their way up to the losers finals, almost beating Owasso to play BA for the first time in this series, but wasn't able to do it. Again, spectacular performance from many of these teams, even the ones I didn't mention. But seriously, great tournament.
Absolutely, and a wonderful time.
Congratulations to Broken Arrow for winning the NSU Overwatch Invitational, I believe, for the 3rd time as well. 3-peat champions. Owasso is our 3-peat champion of Valorant, so it's quite fitting. These two teams are Goliaths right now, but we'll see what happens in the next year of our next set of invitationals and tournaments. Those will all be announced within due time, but thank you once again for enjoying our tournaments and giving us the time and watching these amazing events. We hope to keep running them and keep the fire going. We thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Corbin Malloy.
And my name is Nathan.
And you guys have a great night.